What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak back at it again. We're a bit of chat and chill. We're towards the end of the week. One more day left, boys, and well, technically it is the weekend. Because if it's Friday, it's a Friday weekend day. You know what I'm saying? Let me know. Also, shout out to Trailer Trash Music. With the membership, welcome aboard. You have a full selection of memes there to go. Let me play you the clip. We're going to be doing a little bit of GTA 4. A bit of Cousin Bellic. You know what I'm saying? Our boy Nico in Liberty City. So hopefully I think I might have to, go a bit ham with the missions just to make sure we get to the mission that I want to get, which is the bank heist with the Irish boys. You know what I'm saying? Probably the best mission Rockstar has ever had. One might say. You know what I mean? Wait, why is this not working? Wait, it's not letting me. What the fuck's going on? Okay, share, click share. Doom 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 doom. What's going on here? It's not letting me select the. Okay, can I do this? No, can't do that. Okay, and the screen is flashing as well. Okay, it's not letting me share. Okay, I gotta be quick on the trigger apparently. Yeah, right. Okay, we got it. We got to share it. We got to share it, ladies and gentlemen. So then let me make sure I do this. Okay, now we're sitting pretty, and already we got Shantae and Cha with the co-file. One second, let me check that. We got. Oh wait, we got a lot of action going on. One sec, let me. We're popping off already. We're popping off already, as they say. Okay. All my tabs are fucked up and everything. Oh my god. Per favore. Per favore, chatta. Then we do this. Okay, so first of all, we got 20. Now let me give you a little bit of shredding for that one, folks. We got $20 from Shantae in the Ko-Fi. Shout outs to you, Shantae. And we got Trailer Trash Music with coming in with the PayPal for another $10. I gave you the shredding one. We played the one shredding clip. Then we gotta have Pepe shredding as well, folks. We're now up to $33. We're 2/3 of the way there, folks, already. I haven't even started the game yet. You know what I'm saying? But shout outs to you. Shout outs to you. One sec. Let me catch up in the chat before we get in. Shantae, gentlemen, with the Trailer Trash as well. Hope you're doing well. Doing well too. Friday, Avro McNuggets, favorite time of the week. Hope you and your man are kicking goals. So what's Avro mean? I've heard a lot of Australians talk about Avro. I'm not sure what it means. When did Mosman learn to play guitar? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I wish I could shred that hard. Mosman's been putting in the work. I'm not gonna lie. Absolute gentleman and scholar, as they say. But let's see where we're at. Because like I said, last stream we were playing. I wasted a lot of time afternoon. Thank you for letting me know, Hugh. But yeah, last time we spent a lot of time trying to get the Subaru. The grey car. Oh man, that music. Doom 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 doom, 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 doom. Okay, we're in. We're in. Isn't that like the fucked up thing about like GTA, where like GTA 5, they're like, holy shit, will you like, because the load screens are so long in GTA 5, you're like, for fuck's sake, another loading screen. Like, you do whatever you can to try and avoid the loading screen. Whereas in like in GTA 4, it's like you do whatever you can to get as much loading screens as possible because the song's so good. You know what I mean? So one sec. I have to do a little trick to make sure I keep all my cars. But like I said, we went to the end game area and we got ourselves a nice little Subaru. You know what I'm saying? Look at the spoiler, lads. Look at the spoiler on that one. Bit of a round cage. You know what I'm saying? There's the exhaust pipe. Exhaust pipe coming out the side. You know what I'm saying, boys? You know what I'm saying? But I think we're on the mainland. Yeah. We've unlocked this area. And I think we're about to get into... Oh no, we got the other dude. We have to do a bit of work with what's the dude that thinks he's a millionaire? Like basically like fucking what's his face? The basically the Jay-Z type character. So we have to do a bit of him, and then we finally get into the Irish dudes, which is I'd argue is the best part of it, you know what I'm saying? The best missions. And I'm totally unbiased when I say that, folks. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. About to play some Call of Duty myself. Not bad. No, I'm shit at fucking first person shooters. Like all I can do is like snipe. You know what I'm saying? And even then, you know what I mean? Like everyone goes, "You're a fucking camper." It's like, nah, bro. I'm not good with assault weapon. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that. I'm all about the sniping. You know, staying safe and just taking these motherfuckers out with headshots. You know what I mean? But I'm just waiting for a respawn of another one of these cars, because the way GTA spawns their vehicles is based on the car you're currently driving. So you basically have to like drive around till eventually you start seeing other people driving the car that you're driving, and then you go back to your safe house and then you just put it outside. That way you have multiple, even if you're in a mission and your car gets blown up, you still always have at least one back at the safe house. You know what I'm saying? The fuck you even talking about? I'm talking about nerd shit, okay? Talking about the nerds. The games. The games, Shantae. You know what I mean? Some are saying third person is better. True. But I think even in third person snipers, if you're sniping, it's pretty much the same thing. Pretty hard to aim a sniper third person. But I think we're going to go down to Brucey and clear that shit up. First. As soon as like I said, make sure I'm not leaving myself short with the cars. But yeah, I'm all about the driving games mainly. That's my main genre. Or like RPGs and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? How's that bad? Sniping has the most talent. Yeah, but like when you look at... Wait. Nah. Yeah, Roman was calling me. I do apologize, chat. Shantae just hating hard. It's like, yeah, but like that's Shantae. Shantae is one of a kind. You know what I mean? To be fair as well. Wait one sec. I'll ever play some wild times, pre-game lobbies, wowie. But yeah, Jack, like when you look at like Call of Duty, especially kind of like the more modern form of it with the sniping, you're not doing what I'm doing, which is like camping and all that kind of shit. You're doing like the quick scope and all that kind of thing. So like that's why I kind of say it's like I'm dog shit at third persons. I'm not getting any more spawns of these vehicles. What's going on here, folks? What is going on? What is going on? I think the game is like intentionally not spawning this vehicle. Motherfuckers. Motherfucker Jones. There we go. Now it's starting to spawn. I'll just drive back around. Me no speak nerd. Me no speak a nerdiano. You know what I'm saying? Shante, you were 1,000% a nerd. God damn, Jack. Jack woke up this morning and chose violence. I love it. Fucking love it, Jack. Oh my god. Makes sense, Jack. Yep. I suck at sniping, period. Yeah, you gotta have a steady hand. When you use like a mouse and keyboard, you're in your element. You know what I mean? You are in your elemente. Bro, they're all dog shit cars. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There we go. Wait. Mamma mia, will I ever find a fucking car? That's like reasonably close to my gaff. You know what I mean? Picking up what I'm putting down here, folks. For fuck's sake. Right, okay, we're just gonna leave this here. And we're just gonna nick this one. Fuck, we need to get... We need to... One sec, actually. Let me try go here. Ah, shit. Nah, bro, this is my car. I just forgot my keys. See that, boys? The old excuse worked on the cops. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Who even is Jack? He doesn't even go here. Jack's a legend. Did you not see him pop off yesterday, Shante? Absolute beasted. You know what I'm saying? We got William in chat as well. Oh shit, I forgot to play the clip. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. The boys are back in town. Welcome in, William. Welcome in. We're hoping to get to the Irish missions, William, yeah? We got to get some Irish mob action going. You know what I'm saying? Because these motherfuckers forgot who the Irish mob was. Everybody talks about the mafia and no one talks about the Irish mob. They're going to learn today. You know what I mean? And like I said, folks, we don't pay toll. God damn, yeah, Jack's he's taking a pummeling, but he's gonna stand strong, you know what I'm saying? Whoop. Ah, for fuck's sake. Calculated. That was calculated, boys. Okay? Pinpoint precision calculated. You know what I'm saying? Like we're doing snowboarding tricks or skateboard tricks, you know what I'm saying? But in a car. Here we go. Here we go. And just remind you though, we only need 17 books. You just want to make it open panel and you want to start like, you know, insulting me while I play. It's like, what the fuck are these driving skills, Teriak? You're not following the rules of the road. You know what I mean? You're putting pedestrians in danger. You know what I mean? Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. Yeah, I think it's... Wait, where's the old home? Where is old home that they burnt down? I think it's here. There we go. I knew there was one. I knew there was one here. Observation hacky. Shante, you should be strange, I'll be danger. Hey, unbelievable. Poor Jack. Ripperonis, Jack. It is what it is. I'd like to pour one out for my fallen homie. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jack. We're going to be talking to Uncle Brucey here, you know what I'm saying? Bow, bow. Yeah, no, don't worry, Darts. She'll take her shots. You know what I'm saying? She's like a ninja. Just when you least expect it, it'll be like, fuck you, Dart. Like, wait, what the fuck, Shante? What did I do? Exactly. That was it. Shut up. See what I'm saying? Shut up, Baconator boy. I'm ignoring you. I was like, that's the other part that's to it as well. You know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wait, what did the game freeze? Okay. Go to Yorktown Avenue. Oh, fuck, my headphones aren't working. What's going on? What's going on? Boys. One sec, it's sec, not sick. What are you talking about? Re-examination, fee favore. Do you not understand? It is 1 second. It is what it is. It is what it is. 1 sec. Come on, connect, you boss. You can't connect? What the fuck? How dare you? Oh, fuck. Click back into the game. Can I get my headphones connected? Key part of driving is being able to hear the revs. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new tip from Spartacus on the Ko-Fi. For $17, Spartacus says 1v1 Shante versus Jack. Not sure if Shante is going to come up or not, but ladies and gentlemen, 1 sec. Let me find the clip. Appreciate you kindly, Spartacus. So 1 sec, let me do the 17. And I have it set up so it should automatically update as well. Wait. Was it on the PayPal as well? What's going on? What's going on? Because both of them came up at the same time. 1 sec. Un momento, por favore. I have to sign into PayPal as well. So 1 sec. Let me put the link in. But boys, I do need to double check the PayPal. So if I don't instantly bring you up, please be patient. My mom took Tylenols, okay? So 1 sec. Let me put these in chat. I'm under pressure. You know what I'm saying? I'm under pressure, boys. I'm under pressure. Come on, let's get it done. Okay, so they're all pinned. So more than welcome to join, boys. And like I said, the dono bar automatically updates now as well. Been doing a bit of tweaking in the back end, as they say. We get into the PayPal. Oh my god, it's in fucking Dutch. Yeah, let's get rid of the Dutch thing. Oh shit, the wacht word is Dutch for password. Can you believe it, chat? Can you believe it? Okay. Now, do these actually turn on to actually hear sounds? One sec. Is there a double 17? There is a double 17. Hallelujah. One sec. Let me get the 17 action going as well. Absolute legends. You know what I'm saying? So, right, the open panel's there. That's open there. Got this open, all this kind of stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, we have guests backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dot and Mr. X Samurai. Welcome to the show.
What's up?
Not much yourself.
Well, not much.
Good to hear. And Darth, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Cool beans. How's things with you as well, sir?
Pretty good. My bestie actually just became a member. Trailer Trash or Thrash. Sorry.
Wow, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for recruiting. You know what I'm saying? Filling out the little leprechauns. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't stay up as late as I do, so he doesn't usually catch these.
Yeah, like I said, it's a weird time for no matter who you are, because like in Europe, it's like I'm usually like going live kind of like very early morning hours. Like kind of like typically it's kind of like 8 a.m. in around that area. Today was a couple hours earlier. In Australia, I think it's actually kind of a good time because it's in around, I think they're like 12 hours ahead or something like that. So it's like 9 p.m. ish kind of thing. And then for America, it's wait, is it America's the same time, but just 24 hours previous, something like that, or East Coast at least? Anyways, it's a rough trying to like find the time. Oh my god, it's rough trying to find like the right time zone, because like I would have expected that this would have been like a horrendous time to be streaming at all. But even when you're saying like when I went live tonight and all that, it's like there's a decent crowd, as they say. You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah, it's 11:30 here p.m. And I mean, for me, I work second shift, so I just got home and everything. Perfect.
My man. You know? But I have a debate coming up, gentlemen. Obviously the one with Trench, but also the what you call it, like the one on Kai's, which is atheism is dead. Do you have any feelings or thoughts about that?
I assume you're on the side that atheism is not dead.
No, I'm going against atheism. I'm saying atheism is dead.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
Is it like a definitional thing?
Like basically I'm going to hopefully try to point out that like this whole thing of like, oh, I'm an atheist, and like the fact that what is it, like I think 40 or 50% of Europeans on like mainland Europe identify themselves as atheists, which to me is like that's a fucking dangerous thing. You know what I mean? Like atheism.
Yeah,
is
it's
a
fucking
dangerous
crazy,
mentality to
dude.
have.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Because America doesn't have that problem. Like while church attendance can be down, all this kind of stuff. Like a lot of Americans, I think it's like 80% still believe in like some sort of like supreme being or God or what have you. Do you know what I mean? So like America is savable, whereas like Europe, it's like fuck me, man. When half the population doesn't even believe in a supreme being, no wonder they're fucking trans and kids and all this kind of shit. You know?
True. Very true.
Like for me, like the main thing is that, and this actually came up in the conversation with Neil, where like to use the Quran example, like right at the start of the Quran, there's like Iblis, which is like the Islamic version of Satan character. God straight up straight up from the start says to Adam, I will never tell you to bow to anyone else except for me, right? And then literally like the next thing that happens is God creates Adam and then tells Iblis to bow to man, and Iblis refuses, and that's why he's called Satan and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? When you actually break that down philosophically, like as a person, it's like you should not be bound to other men. You should only be bowing to like the sovereign or God. You know what I mean? That's why Iblis refused to bow to man.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, and like I said, it's kind of one of those things where it's the same kind of like principle of like I refuse to just like bow down because like this certain person said it. I only bow down when it's like through reason and empirical evidence. You know what I mean? And ladies and
That
gentlemen, we
sounds
have
pretty sound.
you know what I'm saying? And ladies and gentlemen, but do you see how like from the mythos we get the logo? It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But we do have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Reexamination, welcome to the show.
Hey, you doing all right? I don't have my usual audio setup, so I might sound not as good per usual, but I'm going to bed real soon. I just wanted to offer up my thoughts on the atheism debate coming up. When is this? And this is with Lethe Waterkai?
Yep, it's next Wednesday, I believe.
Next Wednesday. Interesting. So have you seen me use the argument from infinite regress of value?
I don't think so, but in terms of like the grounding, like that's one of the avenues where it's like you basically just get like infinite regress, where it's okay, you think the Big Bang, but then what caused the Big Bang?
You're right,
they'd be
but
like, oh.
when I say infinite regress of value, I have yet to see an interesting rebuttal to this, but maybe Lethe will be the first. But for example, let's say that an atheist wants to say, well, I don't like religion and I don't want creationism taught to my kids in schools, and I don't think prayer should be in schools, the 10 Commandments or the Bible or anything like that. And I think that all this other stuff should be in there instead, all my atheism stuff. Then you could ask him, okay, so you'd say that this gives value, this is more valuable than Christianity in your view. And they would have to say yes, because that's exactly what they're saying. And then you would have to say, so what gives that value? Well, people should learn true things or false things. And like, well, what gives true things value? Well, people can benefit from getting true things because they can get reliable results, and then they can have longer lives, all that kind of stuff. Okay, what gives longer lives value? What gives human quality of life value? Well, I mean, we're conscious beings and we're relational and all this kind of stuff. And then they go to relationalism and then consciousness. And then the thing is, nothing they can ever ground anything gets its value from itself, right? They always have to kind of infer from a different source. But when you get down to it, even their own preferences that they claim are better don't even have any more value than the contrary. So you do it from two angles. You compare it to the infinite regress going all the way down and down and down. You also compare it to the exact contrary of what they're trying to espouse against, and be like, well, if these are of equal value because nothing really inherently has value, then how can you tell me which direction to go? How can you tell me that atheism is any better if in fact it doesn't actually have value, even according to your system of beliefs? Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Like how do you ground value? Like, why should we value anything? Why should we value intellect?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Or the supposed benefits. How can you even characterize what a benefit is if value doesn't exist? Human value, human benefit, human flourishing, human consciousness, any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So
And like I was saying there, like the whole thing of like, I ground my shit in either logic or reason or empirical. Well, logic basically is reason. You know what I mean? But like, as the atheist, like, what are you grounding it in? And like that's what the whole story of like never bowing to man, bow to the sovereign, meaning like bow to like the logic and the empirical evidence. Like that's basically what proves it. But the only reason that the logic and empirical evidence, or well, especially logic, is possible is through a sovereign, is through some sort of like supreme being that's holding all this shit together. There's no other way. Like it's impossible to the contrary.
Yeah, well, part of the reason we know reason is because of, I would say, the Protestant Reformation breaking away from the arbitrary made-up rules of the Catholic Church, where instead of being able to go to Christ directly and the inspired scriptures for a teaching, we had a church that was an institution and a magisterium that added to that teaching and diluted the actual truth and made it worse because they thought that they were the ones who were in the authority of truth instead of the ones who were supposed to minister with truth. And the truth is a person, which is why personal realities can be real, which is the Lord Jesus Christ, God specifically, the triune God. but that's a whole other thing. And I know that you got other stuff you want to get to, but I'm a Christian, and so that's what I'm going to be espousing and defending. But in the meantime, even though I don't, you and I have different views on God and all that kind of stuff, I do definitely will salute to the sinking of atheism. That's for sure. Not that I want paganism in its place, but I would want Jesus Christ to be lifted up instead. So, but that's all I have.
100%.
But yeah, so that's all I had for tonight, gentlemen. Didn't mean to monopolize, but I definitely wanted to get that point in there. So I have to get to bed because I got to work. But Teriak, probably by the time I wake up, you'll still be going.
100%. Appreciate you coming on re-examination.
My Irish brother. Later.
My man. But it's going to be like basically the stuff that I was talking about is going to be very similar to the actual Kai debate. And I think Kai knows like that's the way this is going to go down because like the debate I had with Kai was we should ban atheists and moral relativists from office. And I was hoping that was going to go down a more legal route in terms of like that's unconstitutional. Like Mangos will fill you in terms of like the back and forth I had with me and him. Like that's unconstitutional, and I point out I'm not making a religious test. I'm just simply making a philosophical test, and it's nothing telling me I can't do philosophical tests. You know what I mean? So in terms of the like it's going to basically be the kind of similar kind of conversation that I was having with Kai, but down this kind of like fundamental of like you're saying that we should value this or we should value that. Like how do you ground the value? Like in terms of like what do you point to prove your case? And they'll say reason and empirical evidence, and it's like, okay, how would you ground that? Like, can you have your reasons or your logic and my logic? Can you have your truth and my truth? Because if that's the case, then there is no objective truth, and then what you're saying is just a bunch of bollocks. And I could value ignorance more than intellect. Then that should make sense if you're not able to ground this shit. You know what I mean? But they understand because the whole thing, and again, the Bible says it very beautifully. You have it written on your heart. You know as soon as you hear it, this sounds fucked up. This is wrong. You know what I mean? You might not be able to explain it, but you have that like that feeling, or that like something, that inner voice telling you like this is wrong. Like why the fuck are we valuing ignorance over intelligence? Because like when you look at, for example, the concept of democracy, everybody should have a say. Okay, so when you have a problem, do you consult ignorant people on the problem? Like if you have like a, well, if you have like, let's say like some physics problem, like me saying anything about that like is basically irrelevant because I'm not like trained in
pretty much, yeah,
all that kind of shit. So when it comes to democracy, like why the fuck are we like all hooting and hollering for democracy when, like, simply put, democracy puts intelligence and ignorance on the same level, and because intelligence is more rare than ignorance is common.
Yeah.
Like that's like the base level. Like before you learn about a topic and gather information, you're going to be ignorant. So ignorance is more common than intelligence. So democracy is literally retard supremacy.
Seems pretty sound to me.
That's why I kept telling y'all, like, I'm going on the warpath here.
Hell yeah.
Atheism, Islam, all this shit. We're cleaning it up.
Hey, you did pretty great last night.
100%. And William says, Teriak, the folks deserve the other intro clip. Oh, I think I froze the game. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart that or relaunch that. It is what it is. But let's say Teriak. William says, play the other clip. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fucking back.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
William giving an L salute to the people donating on the Ko-Fi and PayPal. Absolute legends. You know what I'm saying? We've been pumping. And like this is the thing, like I was saying to William, literally like a week and a half ago, I was like, yeah, let's just quell the expectations. It's like the second half of the month and all this kind of stuff. And then you guys just pop off. Like Jack yesterday was just like, yeah, you need 15, here's 50. I was like, well, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on, boys? So again, salutes to use. But gentlemen, is there any raging topics or like something on the top of your minds, like why the fuck are we not talking about this, or like what are we going to do about this, or anything like that? I mean, in terms of society and all this kind of stuff.
The dating stuff is still perplexing to me. Like, how do we fix that whole situation?
Okay, so what are the problems you've outlined?
It seems like on one end, the expectations are way higher and unjustified.
Okay.
Like, as a generality, it seems like women's bar is set to an unrealistic standard.
Okay.
But yet they want to be equal. And it's like, well, is it?
Yeah, they're going to end up with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Just-
like the thing with me is that like again, like with atheism, like this whole thing of like, oh, we're all equal, like that's where all that shit comes from. Everybody gets a vote, we're all equal, right? So we need to make sure that like everyone's equally represented and it's all egalitarianism nonsense. Like feminism can't exist in an egalitarian. Sorry, feminism can't exist without egalitarianism. Like that false belief that, you know, we're all equal and everyone's say matters and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, there's some people who are clearly more intelligent or more well read on the topic and they're just better. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not even that like they've read more material and all this kind of shit, which is a problem I have with like modern day test. One sec, boys. What the fuck is going on here? Do you cunt? Okay, right. Anyways, this whole thing of like we're all going to be, you know, like see the same vision. If only they knew. If only they knew.
It just makes no sense.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I've been thinking, because you asked me a couple nights ago, you're like, so how do we fix it? And I have yet to come up with any solutions.
The way I think we fix it is the Valkyries. We need the Valkyries. Which is to give you an example of who I'd be referring to when I say Valkyrie, like Rachel Wilson. You know what I mean?
Okay. That was the first.
Yep.
Because like there's so many men who are like, sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree, because if it comes from, like, I'm sure me even just pointing that out and not really giving all that much as far as an opinion, probably pissed off a decent amount of women that are listening. But I didn't mean anything mean by it. I'm just pointing it out. But my point being, if it comes from a man, they're not going to listen.
Precisely. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
They might not
Like, you
even
look at,
listen
like-
to a woman, though.
True.
No, they eventually will. Because like when you look at like the whatever podcast,
I
that,
hope
like,
so.
phenomenon of the sisterhood. You know what I mean? Where like women will naturally come to other women's defenses. That's what you need to see more of. You need to see like a group
Yeah.
of women like Rachel Wilson saying what Rachel Wilson says. You know?
But it could have the opposite effect, like it did with that Tilly woman that's trying to start crap with Andrew. Her chat's full of men and women defending her. It's pretty sad.
Oh yeah, but like fundamentally, when you break it down, what type of man follows the likes of Tilly?
Yeah, exactly. Degenerates.
A weak man. I mean, I don't even argue a slave. Like they're literally slaves. Like the whole like,
Yep.
simp thing is like,
Yep.
oh, don't even call them simps. Call them what they are, slaves. You know what I mean? They don't think for themselves and they throw like fucking
Yes, sir.
ludicrous amounts of money off a chick that literally just takes her clothes off. You know what I mean? Like that's her value. Like that's like Joe the Rick and Morty thing where it's like the robot comes over and it's like, what is my purpose? It's like you cut butter. And then the robot's all disappointed on this kind of shit. It's like when these bitches walk up, what is my purpose? It's like, take your clothes off. You know what I mean? Which again, like
Yep.
you go back in ancient history, like how were you able to spot a slave? They were naked.
Never thought about that. That's a good point.
You know what I mean? So that's where
Yep,
it's like,
it hasn't changed much.
and that's why it's literally like that we need to start like making that word great again. You You know what I mean? Which sounds fucked up. We're going to make slaves great again. But in terms of the big picture, that's what they are. You know, it's the same thing. Like when we say simp, like basically you're just a person who obeys. You just obey what you're told. You know, be a good boy, all this kind of shit. We need people who will think for themselves, critical thinkers. And that's extremely rare to find, unfortunately.
Well, and something I've been witnessing lately is like these feminists that I'm around on a daily basis. They're so butthurt about the Iran thing, and it's like, I thought you wanted the liberation of women. What is
They don't like that Trump's involved with it.
Yep. Like that's the thing. That's why it's like this whole thing of like where I'm trying to like convert like these atheists into like actually believing in like God or like some form of supreme being, because like basically they got the whole kind of treatment where they seen like some sort of contradiction in the Bible or whatever, and then they'll say, oh, and then the Catholic Church were abusing children, all this kind of shit, and they fed into that, right? But the thing is that like they'll kind of like point at it and say like, oh, like God is a tyrant or whatever, that makes Christianity bad. I would say no, you could even make the case that I can grant you that the God of the Bible is a tyrant, but it's still better writing, or it's genius writing, because like even when you look at the dialogue being had, you're still learning to think for yourself. To dare even question God is to show that you're actually thinking for yourself. But just to go against whatever God says in the Bible is what you're seeing with the likes of these atheists, feminists, all this kind of shit, egalitarianists. They just do whatever Trump does, we do the opposite. Do you know what I mean? And now but you're still a sheep. You're not actually thinking for yourself. You're just waiting for whatever Trump says, I'm going to do the opposite, which is the same thing as someone just who's blindly following Trump and never questions anything Trump does. You know what I mean? They're both sheep. But we need our shepherds. People to guide the flock. You know what I mean? We got Shante coming in from the Ko-Fi. 1 sec, let me get the refresh going. With the $5, she says, ban Spartacus. This is Sparta. Appreciate you, Shante. I do appreciate the like the fact that we have like Shante here, you know, just as our kind of a representative of trash talking. You know what I'm saying? It's very important. If life doesn't have trash talking, you know what I'm saying? Spartacus says, I want to support Teriak, but we can't until Shante supports him by going up on panel. Hey, there's no pressure. Let's not pressure people to come up on panel, all this kind of stuff, you know?
I mean, she did.
If she wants to come, she's more than welcome. But if she wants to chill, you know? Like, it's like the meme we have. 1 sec. I gotta make sure that I don't fuck up the game. Yeah. We got our boy Pepe. Like, Shantae's just sitting there with a coffee, roasting us in chat. You know what I'm saying? Putting in a bit of work. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
But yeah, like the like, what are your thoughts in terms of like the whole Iran situation? Because this is one thing that like I want to make sure I'm getting like trying to get kind of like listen out for kind of like what like Americans are generally kind of saying, how are they feeling about the war and all this kind of shit, because apparently Trump is deploying troops this weekend.
I did see that.
And
but isn't it like support stuff though, not like frontline shit?
Like for me personally, I'd have to wait and see. But like, how would we feel if it was like actual like front lines?
Get it over with quick and efficiently.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
But I don't.
If we can get it done with the least amount of casualties, we'll be good.
Yep, on both sides.
Exactly.
All three sides, but yeah.
And like, do you think like what do you think the probability is in terms of the play here? You know what I mean? Like, do you think that like is there any kind of feeling where you're like, oh no, this is literally just this is thing all over again now? This is the what you call it, like Iraq war all over again.
What I find interesting is at least the people I'm around daily, they don't even really remember all that, let alone that this has been going on, this particular thing, for what, 47 years now, I think it is, that pretty much every president has wanted to deal with it, but just didn't. And now
True.
here we are. They're not showing us in the States, but I see videos of people celebrating in the streets there, being like, thank you, Trump. But if
there's tons.
Yeah, but if another guy gets in there and does the same shit they were doing, then it's all for naught, right?
That is the that is the counter. And like on top of that, you're going to get like Trench's whole argument, like why the fuck are we spilling American blood for a bunch of Iranians, even if it is a tyrannical regime? Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? We need to focus on America. Like what would like your counters be?
Well, I definitely think if they had, because nuclear is also a part of it, if they had enriched uranium, there is not a doubt in my mind they would be using it.
Yeah, like Israel would be gone without question.
No, I mean, besides Iran, I don't think anybody wants to see that. So
Even Saudi Arabia doesn't want to see Iran with a nuclear weapon.
yeah,
Like that's straight from the Saudi prince's mouth.
yeah,
Yep.
that's fucking terrifying. Because I mean, according to Islam, we're not even human.
Yep. And then you see like Tucker Carlson saying like, oh, I wouldn't mind like living under Sharia law, or Sharia law is not a bad place, or it's not as bad as you think, and all this kind of shit. And then you just like think, yeah, but you have to pay tax as a Christian. You claim to be Christian, and you don't see an issue with Sharia law,
That's
but you
insane.
want to pay a tax.
Yeah, that dude's
What's
going
going on?
crazy.
I don't.
But like, what do we think about the whole like why should American blood be spilled in the name of Iran?
Is it just for Iran? Isn't it kind of for everyone else too?
Yeah, I'd say it's for everybody too.
So one sec, I gotta guess backstage.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jagger Blaze, welcome to the show. One sec,
What up, what up, what up?
clip.
Subject.
One sec.
My fucking man!
Welcome in, Jag. Welcome in. But
I like
do
that.
you have any thoughts in terms of the current dialogue?
I had a curious question. So the troops that are getting sent over there, or supposedly getting sent over there, are they just doing like a support role, or are they like elite soldiers that will like do infiltration or something? Have we got information on that?
So who knows, based on articles, because who knows if what you're reading is true at all at this
Yeah,
point.
that's true.
I could totally see us saying that it's just support stuff, like switching out people on the boats and stuff like that, because I mean there has to be personnel for that stuff.
Yeah, and that's kind of what came to my mind first, is that it's support roles instead of having like people, in like danger. I mean, they're still in danger, but they're not, front line.
If it was me, I would say that and let people write stories about it, and then I would send in some Navy SEALs with them.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do it like a scalpel, like a surgeon. Just
Yeah.
cut out the cancer.
They'll definitely eat all that up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing you have to be really worried about with that stuff.
Yep, because they can't know it's coming.
Even though the media definitely tries to get any information possible.
Yeah, but now they try to spin it. It's got to have some
Oh yeah,
fucking subjective point to it that skews idiots.
Well, I remember seeing a clip back in, I think it was the Gulf War, where CNN was doing a quote unquote live broadcast. Has anybody seen that?
No?
It's not
It's
really.
worth a watch. It was such like, let's just say, to make it like easy to understand, they faked it. They faked being there.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I would
Like,
do.
they even panned the camera back and showed like the producers and everything, like behind the scenes footage. Like, I think it was somebody that was working there and it got leaked. Does anybody know about the one that they did? It's probably about 10 years ago, maybe now, somewhere in that range. But it was CNN again. But they had people kneeling outside of this place, and they kind of huddled them into one place to make it seem like they were a bigger crowd. And then they taped the outside of the area off with like caution tape. And somebody, I forget what the headline or what it was about, but it was really like charged or whatever. And then like some independent person videotaped them setting it all up and everything.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that to Trump stuff for how long now?
Yeah, yeah. But there's a lot of people that don't know that out there, like average people in the everyday world that just continue believing that.
Well, they'll
You
do
know.
it too, where there is a huge crowd, but they'll fucking Photoshop it to make it look like real sparse and whatnot.
Oh yeah, they do that for the campaign trail and all this stuff, and it's wild because like you get to see two different images. You get to see what is in reality, and then you got to see what wasn't reality, you know. And if you didn't do that research, you didn't get to see that, you know. So like most of the average people that just day-to-day people that don't really dive in it like that, you know, they didn't know, you know, they didn't know any better. But I think more people are waking up to that and actually doing the due diligence as far as that stuff. At least I like to remain optimistic about that, you know.
I do have a question though that's sort of
Shoot, what is it?
strong about we need to stop in America with goddamn pharmaceutical commercials, because it's all this misinformation about government and politics and shit. And it goes right into pumping everybody full of what the fuck ever. It's like, why should they be allowed to?
Sarge, you got muffled.
My bad. But I guess the question is, should pharmaceutical companies be allowed to advertise?
Advertise what? Like just products or?
Yeah, and sponsor stuff and all that.
Well, the easy answer is just one. I mean, at the baseline, it's to make money. But even if they were, let's say they're taking it from a good standpoint, and they're just wanting people to know about these products that will help them in everyday life. I think it either comes down to beneficial or it comes down to some type of negative, connotation where either they're just doing it for the money or there's something more at play. Like, I think that a lot of the time when stuff with like food or even pharmaceuticals, there is a purpose behind it. They want you to be what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I guess the best way that I can think of it is like neutral. You're just you don't
It's
really
like,
think. You just yeah. And so there's even that, or they just want to straight up like mess with you in some way.
Oh, for sure. That's why I don't think they should be allowed to advertise it. Like, I'm not going to find out about some crazy life-changing medicine through a commercial. Plus, even if I did, I can't prescribe it to myself. So I still have to go to a doctor who already knows way more about it than I do. And it's like, well, why can't the doctor just tell me I need that? Why do I have to see it on TV every 2 minutes and 35 seconds? Like, that doesn't inform me of shit other than it exists and you want me to buy it. And for what?
Yeah, I guess you make a good point there.
It's almost like
And
it's got to be tied to lobbying somehow because they are like the biggest lobbyers.
oh yeah, for sure, they have tons of money, tons of influence. I mean, let's look at the 2020 thing. I don't know if we're still allowed to even say that word, but look what happened there with all the stuff that was happening during that. That was a huge eye opener for a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm still butthurt.
Well, like-
I get the jab.
To me, like the way I assess that, like that was basically a bioweapon that was released in China. That's the reason why it went fucking so extreme and all this kind of shit. Because now you're hearing reports that, China's population is going to collapse 100 million a year. It's like, oh yeah, and then everybody, like all the informants coming out of China were saying, no, it was a bioweapon and there's basically 100 million dead in China. That's why, like, when you see in China, they were literally spraying down the fucking like houses and all this kind of shit. Where we were like, yeah, just stay 6 feet from each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that is a good point. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, I remember specifically like when that whole thing went down with them. You kind of go. I remember seeing like clips of them dragging people out of their houses and hearing stories about how they like did really big containment and other kind of horror stories that I don't know if we can repeat, but stuff like that. And I just didn't. I never knew if they were true or not.
Well, like, can you give an example and just use like code words?
So they quarantine people and then flames. Like that's what I heard. I think they were doing those to the people, so it wouldn't spread. That's why I'd heard. I don't know if that if that actually happened, or I just know that I definitely seen video of people getting dragged out of homes and stuff like that, and people trying to hold on to them. And
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was a lot of stuff going on at the time.
I didn't get to pay attention too much because my job was considered essential, which
same here, man.
Same.
It's like, really? Pizza's essential? Pizza.
Yeah.
You're forcing people to be sedentary, and you're saying pizza is essential.
Yeah. I was sort of at the time I was helping taking care of people who couldn't take care of themselves, and it was like not physical, even though they kind of have physical, but it was more mental. Like these people couldn't take care of themselves. So.
And we got Kelly Silver with the $20. Let me give you a little
panel.
Ave Maria for that one.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie plenas to you, Kelly,
Sure.
and happy birthday. She says,
Teriyaki
just be here.
Happy
Kelly,
birthday.
it's my
Just
birthday.
gotta tell you, I
Happy
actually
birthday.
Talton's teriyaki.
Sorry, what'd you say, Samurai?
Sorry, what say, someone?
Oh shit! Sorry, thought I was muted.
But in terms of like that COVID shit, man, like that's what I'm saying. Like that basically makes Fauci like worse than Mao somehow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just
Yeah.
retarded.
Like he's probably the result. Like he is the cause of like more Chinese people dying than Mao, which is like fucked up, to say the least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you looked at like, because notice like you go back 8 years ago, everyone's saying and Tucker's trying to reignite it now. It's like, oh, we need to share power with China, all this kind of shit. But you look at the scenario, everyone was saying, oh yeah, China's going to overtake America in terms of like growth and all and GDP and all this kind of shit. There's like 3 superpowers and all this kind of shit, and basically the whole conversation now has just been American Russia. So it's come down to American Russia. And
Yeah.
to me, that's like a
Yep.
again not a certainty, but it's like all the suggestions or indicators kind of like point towards yeah, they just took out the Chinese to make sure that that doesn't happen, and now the main focus is Russia. And if they can get Russia to play ball, which again, like I think a lot of like Westerners kind of fuck themselves up by not like, you know, trying to come at the Russians in a like they want to come at it a way where it's like you have to bow down to us, rather than like trying to like welcome in the Russians and say like, listen, you know what I mean, we're obviously the top dog, but like we've no issue with you being second dog if you know, like actually kind of play ball and all this kind of shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Which, if by my count, if both of those fronts, that's actually 3 fronts were successful. Wouldn't that make it 6 situations globally he's made better? I mean, to your point, Teriak, wouldn't you say every night that we're going to realize later that Trump was the greatest president of all time?
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause, like-
if you can succeed on these 3 fronts after succeeding on the other 3, that kind of makes him GOAT.
And like for me was the big worry was that like all this shit is going to be done. Like let's say they go into Iran, because if you go back to when Trump called the ceasefire, like you'll literally hear me saying in the stream, like the only reason why you wouldn't want to free Iran is if you want to continue on basically like this Nazi influence in the Middle East. You know what I mean? When you like look at the ideology of Hitler and look at the ideology of these Islamists, it's like they're kind of like lockseed and step. Like they hate Jews, they're kind of like socialist in nature, or like they like Karl Marx, they like Hitler, all this kind of shit, and you're kind of going, ain't that a quinky dink? And then you look at their flags. All their flags have like the 4 colors of the apocalypse on
Yep.
top of
Mhm.
because when you look at the Saudi Arabia flag, like that, like typically it's like a green flag. You see, like with the Iranian flag, red, white, and green. Saudi Arabia is just pure green. So that's why like the green is there. But when you look at the red, white, and black, who had a red, white, and black flag? The Nazis.
Oh, yeah. I was, for some reason, trying to make it striped.
Yeah, I was thinking modern day, but yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I hate
William,
that
do we have
it's thrown around so willy-nilly. But yeah.
do we have a birthday clip, William? What's the birthday clip? Let me know. But yeah, sorry, what were you saying, gentlemen?
Sorry, I was distracted. Shit, what was I saying?
We were talking about the flags.
Flags.
Oh, yeah. I hate how, I guess we can say it because you already said it, how everybody gets called a Nazi now if you disagree about anything. It's like,
Nazi or a pedophile.
yeah, it's like you're taking the
Every
meaning
time, man.
word.
Or if you say anything against certain people, you get called Zionist or whatever. It's all stupid shit, man.
And like how Christian nationalist is a slur. It's not offending me by calling it. Think about it for a few. Try to
You mumbled again.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dart, it's kind of like just goes real quiet and kind of muffled.
Is that better?
Yeah, you
Yeah, much
sound
better.
great.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
I kind of move away from it when I'm talking, so that's probably what's happening. Sorry. I'll be better.
You good?
Yeah, like it just takes away from the whole point of the distinction in the history of that word. And it's just ridiculous.
Well, I often wonder, is that what they're trying to do? You know what I mean? They intentionally basically they basically intentionally turn around and they basically kind of like use the word so much because secretly they just want to say like create a boogeyman. Like, oh yeah, you're only saying that because you know what I mean, like the Nazis were dead and like there's no Nazis and all this kind of shit. And like I said, the main thing for me was that like America, like go back to like 1947. One sec, boys, actually. A little bit of an education thing. So one sec, let me how do I get out? So if we go like this. One sec, we got one sec. This one's for Kelly, first of all, for the birthday.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Kelly. Gotta shout out the Minions as well. Minions are cool. You know what I'm saying? So when we hear about like Alex Jones, all this kind of stuff, like talk about the deep state. One second, let me put it like here. And then I can do it in, can I do it even more? So gentlemen, like just to kind of read out, so basically just told Grok like kind of put all this stuff together for me, right? So the definition of a deep state, or what we're talking about when we say deep state, refers to an alleged secret network of unelected government officials, intelligence agencies, military personnel, and sometimes private entities, such as Tucker Carlson, that operate extra-legally or independently of elected leadership to influence, manipulate, or enact policy in pursuit of their own agendas and goals. This concept often implies a shadowy coalition that prioritizes institutional power, continuity, and self-interest over democratic processes or public accountability. And like we were talking about with democracy and all this kind of shit, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The deep state is not necessarily an evil thing. Sometimes it might be a necessary thing, especially when you have spies and enemies trying to come after you and like basically bring destruction to the West and all this kind of shit. While some view it as a real phenomenon rooted in historical events, others dismiss it as conspiracy theory used to explain complex political dynamics. So here's the timeline. I call this the sacred timeline. All right, kind of ironically, but also to kind of like kind of blend in with the whole like when Marvel talks about the sacred timeline, the TVA, all this kind of shit, TVA, CIA. Deep State. The following timeline begins at the end of World War II in 1945 and lists the requested events in chronological order. For each entry, I've included the date, brief description, and an explanation of how it allegedly contributes to evidence of a deep state clandestine network. Oh shit. Wait, is that still Gucci? Yeah, let me put on this one. The troops, evidence of the state, a clandestine network of intelligence, military, and bureaucratic elements exerting undue influence. This narrative draws from conspiracy theories that link these events as part of a pattern where unelected powers consolidated control, suppress dissent, and eliminate threats to authority. However, critics argue these are just all speculative, all this kind of shit, right? So, 1945, post-World War II, program initiated, Operation Paperclip, right? A secret U.S. program that recruited over 1,600 former Nazi scientists, engineers, technicians, many ties to secret war crimes, but also like secret service and like what they call the SS and all this kind of shit, to work for an American military and intelligence agency, relocating them to the U.S. and putting them in the CIA to advance rocket technology, aviation, and other fields amid emerging Cold War. All right. Then you have 1947, the National Security Act. Legislation signed by President Truman that restructured the U.S. defense and intelligence, creating the CIA, the National Security Council, and changed the Department of War to the Department of Defense. Now, notice what Trump done when he got back into office. What did he do? He changed the Department of Defense back into Department of War. So in terms of like solving the problems, that's what I was kind of pointing. Like Americans need to fucking like wake up to this thing that they were infiltrated a long time ago, and that infiltration was never dealt with. But a key thing that Trump done with naming the Department of War, it's before this whole infiltration. That's what he's going for. Then you have 1955 to 51. You also have like all the way up as far as 1973, for about 20 years. CIA programs involving illegal human experimentation with drugs, LSD, mescaline, hypnosis, and other psychological torture to develop mind control techniques for interrogation and assassination. Bluebird focused on behavioral modifications. It evolved into the larger MK Ultra, which included unwitting subjects that was exposed in the 1970s. All right. The key thing that you need to realize is these were the exact same goals and experiments the Nazi scientists were doing in the camps. Which means if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. You know what I mean? Then we have 1961, the famous Eisenhower speech on the military-industrial complex. In his farewell address, President D. Eisenhower warned of an unwarranted influence of a growing alliance between the military establishment and defense industries, urging vigilance to prevent it from endangering liberties or democratic processes. Then you got 1961 JFK on the secret societies. In an address to newspaper publishers, President John F. Kennedy spoke of monolithic and ruthless conspiracy relying on covert means, infiltration and secrecy, calling for greater press scrutiny such as threats amid Cold War tensions. Then you have the JFK assassination in 1963. Then you have RFK, 5 years later, saying Senator Robert F. Kennedy, JFK's brother and a presidential candidate, was shot and killed in Los Angeles after a primary win. Duran Saran was convicted of the lone gunman. Overall, proponents argue this sequence shows progression. Post-war recruitment from Paperclip built an expertise for a new security state in the 1947 Act, which pursued unchecked experiments with Bluebird and MK Ultra and former military alliance, military-industrial complex that allegedly silenced critics like JFK and RFK's speeches and assassinations. This purportedly proves a deep state by demonstrating a pattern of secrecy, unethical actions, and violent preservation of power. However, mainstream analysis emphasized that while individual abuses occurred, connecting them to a unified conspiracy lacks empirical support, often relying on speculation rather than evidence. And now we have to wonder, like, why is Tucker, whose father was CIA, who's probably a CIA, if not agent, at least an asset, why is he so interested in keeping these Islamists inside? Because they hate Jews and Nazis hate Jews. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Buff, welcome to the show.
What the hell are you talking about, Terrell?
Yeah, I know it makes people uncomfortable when I bring it up. I understand, but that's, like I said, that to me was like the main goal. Is like, it didn't seem like Trump was going to be able to do anything about that, and now it looks like he is. Like, that's why you're seeing like a lot of these people basically going against Trump that were like, all for like right wing and MAGA apparently and all this kind of shit, but now they're unhappy with Trump, even though Trump is making America great again. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm still with him as a black man here in America. I'm still with him.
But like the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and all this kind of shit. You not find it
Say
funny
it.
that they've all of a sudden shifted?
No, I don't believe much of what the media says. So everything you just read off, what was the source?
That's just like well reported established history.
From?
From what? Like, are you
It's
saying you deny
no, no,
Operation Paperclip
okay.
took place?
No, not denying that. Maybe I came in at the wrong time. All the stuff you were reading off as, to figure out what you are trying to say exactly there.
Yeah, so all I'm doing is just like these are the actual events that occurred, right? And basically like imagine like Columbo or Sherlock Holmes or like Patrick Jane kind of thing. I'm literally just looking at the facts here. And these were the events, how they transpired in the order that they transpired. So it starts off like you do Operation Paperclip, you onboard a shit ton of Nazis, you create the CIA, put plenty of these Nazis, former Nazis, into the CIA. And then you basically with MK Ultra and Bluebird, that exposed that they just continued on the experimentation, meaning your CIA was infiltrated by Nazis and they start doing all these medical testing, all this kind of shit on unwitting participants and all this kind of shit, because main goal is that if we can control your behavior, we can make you dance. We never need to go to war with you. I mean, because we can make you dance. And then you have a former president, JFK, and his brother coming out saying that, and Eisenhower, two presidents coming out and saying, we have a problem here, folks, because we have a military industrial complex and like secret societies that are subverting democracy. And then JFK gets assassinated. Then his brother also gets assassinated when he tries to run for office as well.
Oh, the conspiracy theory complex. Okay, I got you.
Is it a conspiracy? On which end?
Depends on how far you want to buy into all that nonsense. It's just the same thing. It's like the same thing on a level of flat Earth theory. But there is some relevance to the whole CIA JFK association. I'll give you that one. But as far as his brother, a lot of questionable things. Hell, we can take that back to Watergate. It's hard to believe anything that's going on over here. This place is, how do you say, unreliable, being in the States. We don't trust these fuckers over here. Not for a second. But I don't get too deep into conspiracies. I can't buy into too much of that crap. I hear what you're saying when you're saying all this stuff.
Do you mean it like conspiracy is like a wacko, kooky idea, or conspiracy is like people conspiring together to control people?
Well, conspiracy in the sense of believing that's what's happening with no evident proof. But of course, it's hard to get evident proof when things are being covered up. And you're never going to get the full scope of anything naturally. But yeah, there is hinkiness, shadiness there. Absolutely. I will not deny that for 1 second. But how do you say, in the realm of how far down does the rabbit hole go? And it's like, maybe not that far. Maybe it's just surface level. But, and that's where we're stuck at. There have been some things that have been proven. Yeah, credit to that. And that's what leads to thinking that something else can be made more of something out of barely anything. I don't deny it. I would like to see more, but we're never going to see that. Maybe, maybe not. But who the hell knows? I mean,
sorry, boys, back from taking a piss. Un momento, we have a lot to go through. One sec. Un momento, fi favore. I think you guys wait till I stop moving on the screen, and then you realize, oh, he's gonna take a piss. Yeah, donate now. So first of all, we got $5 from Shante. Shout out to you. We got another $5 as well. It was Trailer Trash Music. Shout out to you, sir. And we've got Darth with the 15 gifted memberships. Appreciate you very kindly, Darth. And let me play the shredding clip because we just popped off it. Good song. I'd say it's a great song. It's a damn good song, as they say. Abe saying that I just want a fight. Bro, Abe, this is your history. I know it upsets you to hear that you were infiltrated by Nazis and like you fell for the facade and all this kind of shit, but like this is literally the history. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And now you wonder why so many Americans are defending a Nazi regime in Iran. It explains everything. And that's why, like, when you focus on like pretty sure like Jay Dars talked about this in terms of like a worldview like has to encapsulate everything, but like Giorgiani says the exact same thing. It's like you need to be able to account for everything across so many different spokes. You know what I'm saying? Or sorry, so many different facets. Spokes, like but like in terms of like the question you have to ask yourself is like how would one kind of like go about like defeating the Russians when you're in that kind of like dynamic of like even to modern day it's like there's a virulent hatred of the Russians. You know what I mean? And the only reason like who hated Russians more than the Nazis? Because Hitler betrayed Stalin. So then that's what caused that whole thing, even though they're basically both quoting the same dude, Karl Marx. You know what I mean? Funny how that works, gentlemen, you know? I was being a smart ass, but you wanting the verbal fight as always. It is what. What's this? Like everybody roasts me in my chat. I thought I was supposed to be when I come to streamer, everybody loves me and then I get a big huge ego. My chat just roasts me the whole time. It's unbelievable.
Welcome to how it was the other day for me.
Yeah, welcome to Jacksville. Jack's like there. Like the meme where it's like first time. Like recognized like. What can I say, man? What can I say? It's a good saying, you know. Great minds think alike. But it's kind of like that. Like that saying's the same as the jack of all trades. Like they give you like half it, where it's like great minds think alike, but fools rarely differ. You know what I mean? Like that's like the actual full saying. And then the other one is jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. You know what I'm saying? So like generally speaking, a jack of all trades is better than a master of one. You know what I mean? Oh fuck. We're going over the thing. We're going over. But yeah, like I said, kind of for me, it's literally just trust Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean
like he was the dude 10 years ago that went down the elevator and put it all on the line for you. You know what I mean? And especially like the game that like all that I've read through, like I know like a lot of people might be skeptical of like what I read out, and it's like there's no way that we got infiltrated by Nazis, all this kind of shit. If that was the case and Trump just solved that issue, he would automatically be the greatest president. But on top of this, the way like Iran's going and the mathematics behind it and all this kind of shit, America is going to wipe out that national debt as well, boys. You know what I mean? And
that's not happening.
You know what I'm saying? But if he did, would it make him the greatest president in your book?
Okay, no. It's kind of hard to define the characteristics of what a greatest president would be. Don't get me wrong. I did not start out as a Trump supporter. I just came into realization in the politics when Obama was thrown on the table. And I was told that, hey, this guy looks like you. You're supposed to vote for him. I'm like, well, let me hear what he has to say. I heard a robot. Yeah, that it's just puppet. I'm just like, I didn't care for him. And when it came down to the whole Trump and Hillary thing, it's just like, I'm not voting for either one of these. I got an actor and I got a woman who I know her history. I'm going to sit this one out. And the actor made it. The businessman. He was just like, okay, well, this country's a business. Let's see what he does. Okay. And my pocket got fatter with money. My company thrived under that administration, his first term. I saw the improvements and I was just like, huh, he's delivering on some stuff. Yeah, he's a little bit of narcissist. Sure, why not? He means what he says. He speaks for the people because he is one of the people. He's not a politician,
Mm-hmm.
and I hold nothing against him. And that between him and Mark Levin and a little bit of Rush Limbaugh, you know, I started to develop my political true leaning because, you know, being black, you're told you're supposed to vote Democrat no matter what. And it's like, why? Why?
Can I ask
The party of slavery? Why?
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
And my family hates me. I don't give a shit. But
I don't understand why that's like a stereotype.
drill, baby, drill. That was one of the greatest things. Got our gas prices down. Now all the stuff that's going on right now, that's where I'm lost. It's just like, okay, why haven't we got back to that? Drilling our own. Because that's a lot of money we could be saving right now. Let's get back into that because Biden, oh sleepy Joe, the corn pup.
We already export more than we import.
We got William correcting me as well. It was actually 11 years ago. You know what I mean? Over 10 years ago. You know what I mean?
I'll
Like I
same
said-
difference. But yeah, I mean, I'm a Trump guy. I'm not gonna run around screaming, "Oh, mega, 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 mega!" But I support him.
Well, he's not.
I feel like he represents me as a black man in America, and a lot of other black people here feel the same damn way. They try to label us. They attack, as you mentioned, the escalator, ride down upon announcement of running. They attacked that man from day one. We gotta impeach him. It was like he hasn't even made it down the escalator yet, and you already want to impeach him. It's like that's ridiculous, but that's Democrat tactics. Attack your enemy head on. And the Democrat Party here has just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. They've shown their true color. They're eating their own. The Democrat Party itself has separated from each other. You're either extreme, or you're medium, or you're moderate, or you're just casual. And it's just like, wow, you people are like flat earthers. You can't agree on one principle outside of we got to get rid of him. What's your second talking point? They don't have one. It's ridiculous over here.
But it's about to get a whole lot better. It's always darkest just before the dawn, baby.
Yeah, I
Remember
don't know. I don't know. I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to get worse. We do have a history of rigged elections. It's supposed to be free and fair and all that. What a joke. I personally live in Atlanta, and it seems to happen for the past, 15-ish years. Every time there's an election, Atlanta is a Democrat-run city, but Georgia is a red state. That's whatever. That is what it is. But there's always a water main break on election day that affects the polling stations. You can fact check that. Just a little suspicious. We've had black Democrat mayors for the past, oh dear God, 20 plus years. 25, 27 years. And they've all been caught up in a corruption scheme. It's ridiculous. I don't trust a Democrat.
Well, like when you look at democracy, like I don't really give a fuck that like the elections are rigged. Because if I was like the one pulling the strings on this kind of stuff, I would rig the elections too. Democracy is literally a retarded idea, as in it is retard supremacy.
Well, the whole thing about Biden winning that was like the one major pivotal election. Well, outside of the Bush election with the hanging chads and all that crap, whatever. Well, that was only in one state. But with the Trump versus Biden election, there was too much corruption that was found, and everybody was just, well, the mainstream's just like la 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 la. No, turn over. Well, I'm watching cell phone footage from a person on the street that you won't show on the mainstream media of these people putting up cardboard to hide the windows at polling stations, at campaigns. What are you hiding? And it's just like, oh, just throw it right there in front of my face. And I'm supposed to just say,
Yeah.
oh, la la la, nothing's going on here, nothing to see here, la la la. No, I'm
And the huge
watching
spike on the
you
graph as
people
well.
do this.
And the huge spike on the graph as well. Where like he's
don't-
literally like I think like 10% of the like behind or some shit like that. And then like as soon as he done all that kind of shit in those states, all of a sudden when they reported like Biden just gets this massive like straight line up in terms of a curved graph.
Yeah, because
Fucking
Trump
straight
is
line
way
up, and it's
ahead.
like,
Overnight?
like bear in mind,
Yeah, it was during the
put
middle
this
of
in
the
perspective.
night.
Joe Biden got 81 million votes, which means like he'd done better than Kamala this time round. And this was one of the highest turnouts in recent history. Like it does not make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Overnight. Oh, the votes jumped up.
Do you know what I mean?
Huh? How does that happen?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I say, like, you can't do democracy. Like, democracy is like technically every single election was quote unquote stolen or rigged. You know what I mean? Because like that's what you got to do. Because if you have like democracy, if you think that democracy is a great idea, like you're going to end up with like Socrates. You're going to be executing like actually intellectual people that like are speaking truth or just asking questions. You know what I mean? They end up getting executed because they just don't want to hear. They don't want to listen to it. Rather than actually saying, no, this is the truth. We're going to follow the logos, right? You know?
It's just ridiculous. I'm waiting for the elections to be sponsored by like, big corporate entities and stuff like that. It's only a matter of time. Idiocracy was not just a movie.
It was a warning.
They already are sponsored.
And then I'm supposed to vote for, Camel Toe Harris. Oh, she's black like you. Hold on. Let me look into that. That's what the normal-minded person would do. But you appeal to the...
Not normal.
No, go ahead.
It's not normal. Why does it matter that she's black?
Exactly.
Because she looks like me.
So?
Yeah, but isn't she
Doesn't
Indian?
Smart.
No, that's the only reason I'm supposed to vote for her is because her skin color is close to mine. And she's a Democrat. That's why I should be voting for her. That's what I've been told. No. And that's the sadness. Because these idiots... Look, I will speak against my own... Can I come on camera for a second? Just to verify who the hell I am. Because I don't want your... anybody watching this on YouTube or anything try to fucking say that, oh, it's just some white guy pretending to be black. No. This shit happens, all right? Not dealing with this crap anymore.
Based.
I'm supposed to vote for you because you're a Democrat and you're black. No, you're supposed to vote for Kamala. Well, what's up with her Indian and all this other crap? It's the same thing with Elizabeth Warren. It's like, well, I'm Native American. Oh, by 0.10000. What? I don't even think it was that much.
Well, like, what does that have to do with like smart policies? It's like
Appealing
care
to the
about policies.
races. They don't care about policies. They care about appealing to the
That's exactly what it
minorities.
is. Yep.
That's all they care about. Get that minority vote. And that's why they want to bust them in here, give them IDs and everything, give them the right to vote as soon as they can, so they'll vote Democrat, and
Yep.
it backfired on them. This has been verified and documented. A lot of illegals, sort of say, immigrants that have come in have been pro-right because they've seen what the Democrats do here and how they got used, and they go right, and it's backfired on them. So they're scrambling now. This next election, oh, this is going to be a doozy.
Well, isn't it kind of
Mhm.
interesting
Rubio.
too? That, like the Democrats just like assume that they can import people, and they're just going to blindly do like it's almost assuming that the people they're importing are dumb. And it's
Well,
like,
see,
that's racist too. Like, what?
that's why we got what's going on right now. This whole our organization, the ICE, the Immigration Control Enforcement, they're pushing back on them so hard with all these protests that's been going on because Trump is doing right now what is perfectly legal, protected underneath our United States Constitution to use federal law to enforce federal law.
Mm-hmm.
Get the illegals back to where they came from. All the ones that the former administration brought in here on taxpayer
Also,
dollars.
where was all this pushback when Obama was bombing the fuck out of Libya?
Nope, no
Mhm.
problems. No
Yep.
problem. It's
Nope.
okay. It's okay. He's black. It's okay. He's half black. It's okay. Well, he's got some kind of black in him. It's okay. It's okay. Where's that birth certificate? It's
Still
so
waiting. Still wait for that birth certificate, boys.
It's Delulu land out here.
This is where we're at. It only gets worse.
Before it gets better, though. Of course, before it gets better.
I don't know. We got midterms coming up. We're gonna see what happens there. But these people are really digging their own graves. This girl, oh god, what was her name? Down in Texas, running for the Senate seat. I forget her name, but either way, she lost that race to another Democrat guy who, well, let's just say he's homophobic, openly. She lost to him. And it's just like, wow, you were that bad. Black, strong, female, independent woman. You lost to the.
Oh, you mean Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, her. Jasmine
things first,
Crockett,
shit.
yeah.
Shout out to
She-
Sempatone Chaos for the $2. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Joe Cool. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good day, mate. Good day, mate.
So cool.
Good
Hello
eye,
there.
mate. Crikey.
Crikey, mate. Watch motherfuckers back off that birth certificate shit, mate, now that I'm up here, mate. Fuck, must be nice. What was y'all saying about a birth certificate? What was y'all saying?
Obama's.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you ever seen Obama's birth certificate?
Yeah, I did, but I would have had to because I was black and I got to talk to a lot of white people.
I still don't believe that Negro was born here.
They showed us the birth certificate and everybody was satisfied except one motherfucker, Donald Trump. I
No, it
remember
wasn't
those
Trump.
days very good. Trump was the last nigga talking about that's not his real birth certificate.
Yeah, but
He
like, yeah,
wasn't the only one that questioned it.
He was the last one that held on to it. Everybody else, when he showed it, shut the fuck up.
Rubio Cruz. No, he was not the last one.
Who's Rubio Cruz? I would say Trump when
Marco
Obama. I
Rubio.
thought y'all was talking about Obama at birth certificate. When he showed
No,
it.
these are other people that oppose it.
Yes. Who was the last motherfucker hanging on when people stopped opposing it? I'm saying it was Donald Trump. Years later, when the shit was done, but for whatever reasons, Donald Trump, they would ask him and he'd be like, yeah, I still don't believe it. He was the only nigga doing that still years later.
Well, it was during a time where Trump couldn't really do anything about that. I'm talking about during the time of his presidency. All right, I see what you're saying. All right, I got you. All right. But yeah, at that point, it's just like, all right, F it. Let's move on. But, you know, we get the other situations of
Yeah, let's talk about
the
any of these
nonsense that
situations,
happened
yeah.
underneath the administration of Biden that are found invalid because of the dumb stuff he did with classified documents that were actually found behind his Corvette.
Yeah.
It's just soaking up carbon dioxide. It was like, what? It just, are we going to do anything about this? Well, you know, like, what? It's just,
You're right. He did kind of get a pass on that shit, didn't he, man?
His son was the shit he was doing was clear collusion and
Wait, he doing the same shit that they accuse fucking
His son should be in
son of
prison.
doing. He was over there collecting money. I can't remember the name of the organization now, hitting some shit, getting money from the government over there. I think it was the same place in Ukraine. He was on the same exact
Wasn't it
shit.
Burisma?
What was it? Burisma? Was that it? That sounds familiar.
That's what I was thinking it was.
Yeah, he was fucking racking up. I'm like, I can't wait for them niggas to go to jail. I was still optimistic back then, but nothing happened.
So tell me why I post a picture of Hunter Biden that's available on the internet, on Facebook. That's where I found it, of him sitting with a girl, got her eyes with the black bar across it, you know, to try to hide her identity. I get a 90-day ban, and they banned me for misleading information. Tell me why that happened. But whatever.
That's just it, though.
Doesn't that kind of get back to what Teriak was
That's
reading?
crazy.
It's the shadow people.
That would have happened. Do y'all remember? I think it was right after Trump left office. Biden tried to put up his czar of information, some really crazy radical white chick. And they kicked every fucking Republican off of every fucking platform. Remember, they lost their fucking mind. They created a new one. They kick them off the same day. Democrats lost their fucking mind back in those days.
Yeah, not like they're trying to say anything there.
Can I ask what you think
the
future should look like?
Future.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Like, what does the future look like, and how do we do something about it?
Oh,
Go on forever about who did what in the past, but
Very
like
good.
that's not going to fix the future.
my future. My
Our,
subjective-
please say our. Go ahead. What? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let's just let you speak.
No,
'Cause
I'll
I
say
want
it
your
quickly.
future to be tied to mine. That's why I wanted to hear our. But go ahead. Say it the way you want
My
to say it.
my subjective opinion is the future gets darker because they're going to find out both sides. I'll appeal this to both sides. Well, not appeal, but place this on both sides.
Proposal.
It's going to get darker because as one side, Democrats, find new ways to cheat, Republicans might actually start fighting back, and it's just going to be a constant war within our own system that's just going to go back and forth and gradually get ridiculous to where we are the victims, the people of the country. We are the true victims. And I want
How
to
do we
see a revolution.
How do we get past that though? When people still believe that something like it's the Democrats versus the Republicans, Right. And I assume when you
Yep.
say that, I don't know how much you're talking about the regular people or you're talking about the people in power. But I assume sometimes it's interchangeable.
Well, regular people are us.
Yes,
Me and
very
you.
good. So now it makes it the theory even more crazy that a whole sect, the damn near that's always split 50-50. The other sect is crazy, and that sect thinks the other sect is crazy.
Yeah.
You see that? What isn't it? I mean, you wouldn't present an argument to me right here, right now, that the right is just and moral, would you?
No, I wouldn't. There's problems on this side too.
Right.
I mean, I lean with the. I'm a constitutional conservative, but the Republican Party has their problems. They do, and
Any
I'm not going
chance
to
you're
deny that.
you believe in God? Any chance I
No,
can
I
get
do
that
not.
lucky? That I'd have been too lucky to get that.
No, I'm non-religious.
Yes. But morally, I know you're a moral motherfucker. Um,
I mean, I'll hear your argument. I mean, like,
yes. I mean, God would have been just too sweet for me. It'd have made my work easier. But even just under the fact that a person is moral, it'd be difficult to justify some of the actions that we do, the warmongering shit that we've been doing lately. And I'll say under Trump. Fuck it, I'll make it about dude. And as long as we make it about dude, but this happens to every politician. We're just dumb as fuck. This is not exclusionary to Trump, but he ran on a platform of, we're gonna release those Epstein files. The nigga, as soon as he get in, he says, "Hey, what files? Ain't no files. It's a Democratic ploy by Biden and so and so." And this is his pattern to just deny a thing exists, and then we find out there are millions of them. I'm not in that shit. They don't even exist, and he's all over it. So how come that would not disqualify him? At least not disqualify him, but at least a chunk of his credibility should be gone. When those things line up, when he gets up and say Alex Petty was a gunman that tried to kill some ICE officers, and you find out that him and all of them lied. The people he hired will all stand up and lie to you. How do you keep believing it and even fight for that nigga at that point? And I'll give you some reasons why Joe Biden, it all applies to most politicians. Why would Trump be exempt?
immunity. I mean,
so-
it's not an answer I'm going to say, oh, fuck you, he has immunity, but it's a loophole. Now, Peretti, I am still examining all that body cam footage. Peretti put himself in that position, but it did not have to end that way. Same thing with George Floyd. George Floyd, he can rot in hell. He was a criminal, but it could have ended with him not ending up the way he did.
Wow, that is the gayest, scariest fucking back at here. Let me ask you a man's question since you want to dance like a ballerina.
Go ahead.
Did the cops kill George Floyd?
No.
There you go. That's the man shit that you wanted to say. Here.
No,
now
George Floyd killed himself by
Oh.
ingesting
Right.
copious amounts of fentanyl.
Let me ask you a question. If the police had just kept driving by that day, would
No, if the store owner hadn't called the police because
Yes,
he was
whatever.
acting an ass.
give it that. The store owner hadn't called him. He's walking down the street. Let's say he died 30 minutes after he left that store. The police.
Let's not have hypotheticals. Let's stick to the facts.
Let's not be afraid of a hypothetical, certainly.
Let's stick to the facts.
It looks bad because people use hypotheticals all the time. And the first time motherfuckers say that is probably because they're cornered. Let's stick with the
let's stick
hypothetical
to the
for now.
facts.
Well, I'm not sure fucking why we can't use a hypothetical suddenly, other than you're
Because
afraid of the way
hypotheticals
you
mean nothing. Hypotheticals have
people
nothing to
use
do
them
with
all
what
the time. You
actually
would have
happened.
used 29
No,
tonight.
hypotheticals have nothing to do with what actually happened.
You will
Hypotheticals
be
mean
using a
nothing.
hypothetical before the conversation's over.
Oh,
You
well,
understand,
let's
right?
hypothetically say that the servicemen at Pearl Harbor knew for sure that Japanese bombers and kamikaze pilots were coming in and they brought in more ships. Let's hypothetically say they had nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles that they could aim at those planes and the carriers that the Japanese were using. Let's use a hypothetical situation that they could push a button and summon Goku from Dragon Ball Z
What is
to
your
do
point?
a
You're just talking right
Kamehameha.
now.
Hypotheticals mean nothing. Let's stick to the facts.
Or
No, hypotheticals are used to test where your logic is. You know what I mean? So, like, for example, like hypothetically, if they did just like go up and blow a dude's brains out, would you then be like called it out as saying that's fucked up? And there's no issue
Which
saying yeah,
means
if
nothing.
if that was the case, like I obviously yeah, like that's fucked up. You can't have your
Oh,
police
yeah,
forces coming
cool.
up and like, you know, executing people and all this kind of shit.
Right.
But when you pretend to get back to your point, Buffy, like the whole thing with the party thing is like that was being called an execution, which I think was completely misrepresenting like what actually went on in that situation to call it an execution. It's a tragedy, yeah, but in terms of an execution, I disagree.
if Freddie was black, they wouldn't give a fuck about him. Y'all wouldn't even be talking about this shit.
If who
What?
was black?
Freddie, if he was black, America and y'all on this panel wouldn't even be talking about him right now.
Who's Freddie?
Alex Freddie, the guy who got killed by the ice
Freddie.
age.
Oh shit! I thought you said Freddie. Oh no, you wouldn't hear about it in the media.
My point is, I just used a hypothetical and you fell for it. You do hypotheticals.
No, I don't.
That was to
I
set
believe
you up.
in
You
facts.
fell, walked right into it, motherfucker.
I believe in facts.
Hypothetically, Petty was just black and you addressed it. So stop it. You do
Only
hypotheticals.
because you mentioned
set you up. Yes,
that.
right. I set you up to show you the people use
I
hypotheticals.
did
I'm
not
so
engage in your argument about Freddie being black,
bad. Okay.
but he wasn't. I don't know what that
we know that
fucker
no
was.
one's making
I
a
don't know
claim
what
that,
he was.
Freddie was a black man.
So anyway, back to the facts.
I don't. I wish you.
Or
would
is it
remind me.
too soon for you? Do you want to go back into hypotheticals?
I
No.
want to drill in on something that Joe
Go ahead.
brought up at the beginning. That was like, how do we get past this left-right
Yeah.
shit? Because it's basically it's like that's like you basically divided the population in half when you do the whole left wing versus right wing. My way to go back, like you need like that's why the American flag is like red, white, and blue. The red's supposed to be tradition or conservatism. The blue is supposed to be progressivism and innovation, all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? The white's
I
supposed to
didn't
be
know
like the
that,
peace
but
between it.
that's cool. I didn't know that.
No, the stripes represent the original 13 colonies, and the stars
but the
represent.
colours.
Oh Jesus!
The colours.
Christ.
And
Like,
the
for
whites
example, like,
are
when
the
you look at the
white
colours
man
of the
dominating the black man's blood. That's what the whites try.
But like you look at the same thing in the Middle East. Like, what are the four colors of the Palestinian flags? Red, white, black, and green. And like I said, green is basically like a Saudi thing, and then the red, white, and black are Nazi colors. But the reason why they put all the four of them together is what are the four colors of the apocalypse? The four horsemen: red, white, black, and green. You know what I mean? So it's basically signifying that it's like we're ending Christianity essentially. You know what I
Holy
mean?
fuck.
So when you look at like it's all like hidden symbols and all this kind of shit. But like fundamentally, like the only
Makes
way
sense.
like the way forward for me, Joe, is like if you had like a situation where like RFK, Jordan Peterson, Douglas Murray, well not Douglas Murray because he's not American, but like that type of mentality, like that classic liberalism, if that was to seize power of the Democratic Party, all of a sudden shit's going to be a lot better.
Is better?
Yeah.
I don't know. Control is control. It may be better in some ways because the first thing they would have to make Trump look bad. So all wars would end. They would be the most peaceful fucks in the world as they try to make it look like Trump was the most evil fuck in the world. But control is control. They would be, taking my guns, creating more laws, restricting more shit. There's they would be doing good and evil just like the fucking, it's lesser two evil shit, man. I don't know. The only reason I would say, and it's not, hey, with Trump, you gotta admit that shit happens fast. with the Democrats, it's like being cut 1,000 deaths. It take too fucking long. In some ways, I
Snail
prefer
pace.
Trump.
Yes. I agree with you on that.
Well, what I'm saying is that if that Democratic Party was like to be led by the likes like Jordan Peterson and like
I
RFK
think they
and all that
might
kind
do
of stuff.
something detrimental. I don't trust those idiots, man. Right? I don't know. Fucking, first of all, you'd have to tell me which ones. The original Jordan Peterson was great. The original JFK was great. Ever since fucking he came into power, he's the weirdest fucking in the world. I don't understand a word he's saying. I don't agree with him. And Jordan Peterson lost his fucking mind. He's an egomaniac. So I don't even know which one we talking about here.
Yeah, those old, if you want to say like the old kind of like versions of them, if those were the ones that like were in the Democratic Party, and then like in terms of the Republican Party, you have, you know, like
I don't want
sane
those
Christians.
extremists, man. I don't want no extremists on either side. Right, them niggas be extreme. Peterson was talking about I don't talk to absolutists or whatever the fuck dumb shit he said. Who was you? I don't want that authoritarian, better than other people running. Nothing. He would disregard a chunk of the people. They're idiots. Why would we give them a vote? He'd be that nigga. It would reveal in his shit. And what's his name with the JFK with the flip flopping on the vaccine shit? I don't know what the fuck. Back in the day, he was like, yes, everybody should be able to wear their own shit and all of that bullshit. You shouldn't be able to make a motherfucker do nothing. And as soon as he got under Trump, the people who he wrote that paper with got him so popular, the conditions for him to take the job was you got to fire all of them. None of them come with you. And he went for it, and he immediately changed his positions on everything. It was weird. Well, it ain't weird. It is how it go.
Yeah, but like, do you not think that like the whole kind of like Democratic platform being like a bunch of socialists and that kind of shit, like that's not extreme?
It's all about power to me. If you net overall, I think Democrats, they're still bloody messes, have less, and it's just a hair less of a desire to control me as a Republican. Only reason Democrats get the slight edge is because the Republicans, kind of give a fuck about a constitution. The Democrats pretend like they care about it. The Republicans are more wield their authority more.
Let me ask you this question: like, do you think that like democracy is a good thing?
No, not in that, not in the sense the way we got it. Every man should have a vote if he agreed to do a thing, but no. The democracy, if I understand it right, leads to the tyrannical 51%. Every 4 years, the other 51% get to run shit. No, that sounds like lunacy if that's what democracy is. There's got to be a way where every man gets a vote and shit without controlling the other guy, making him do a thing. Both sides are guilty of that shit.
Yeah, but would you not also agree, like democracy, just like as the like the principle of it, that like everyone should have a vote? Like that's basically like retard supremacy. Like it's basically like because intelligence is rarer than ignorance, it's always going to be the ignorant are the ones that are going to rule rather than the intelligent.
Yes, in the end, if everybody votes, that's absolutely is what's gonna happen. You assume everybody's gonna vote for the intelligent nigga, but the ignorant motherfuckers are going for the vote for the most popular. And I think it was the Bible that said, "Let he who is wisest among you lead you." So yeah, there's an inherent flaw in democracy as well. Yeah,
because like that's basically kind of like where I'm at in terms of the thing. Like I think that like this whole idea of like monarchies or like having some sort of like competent like the whole
the
kind of
benevolent leader.
Yeah, like philosopher kings that like Plato talks about. Like that's what you need to have.
Yeah,
or like King Arthur.
Okay, let me run that through my head because first of all, I do not believe in the control shit. My first thought, because so many people believe in that. That's where the conversation always goes when you talk to a smart motherfucker, to the benevolent ruler who's wise and he makes the decisions for all because he's brilliant. But inherently, I know that's wrong under God, because no, you don't get to tell no man what to do. I don't, no, Dad. But it would be better. If there's such a thing, That's also it's theoretical. If there was such a thing as a benevolent leader, it would beat anything I've probably seen in my lifetime.
Like the idea of the benevolent leader is that like they don't rule based on themselves. Like the whole thing of like nobility, every single like mythology of like speaking about nobility, like the King Arthur myth. King Arthur gets his power from the sovereign, meaning like the god or the and like that's
Yeah.
not like God as in terms of like the dude that's talked about in the Bible and all this kind of shit. Like,
But I get
mean
it
God
from
in
the
terms of
God.
the logos,
Well,
like
okay,
from
we'll
logic
give him
and
that.
reason.
Yes, we'll
Like
give him
that's the
that.
higher power that you appeal to make your
We'll
arguments. and
we'll give him
justify.
that we can call it any god you want. Let's say he appeals to a god, and I agree with you on that. But when it comes down to it, and someone goes outside of his benevolent rules, let's say I break the speed limit, I am doing 60 and a 50. If he thinks he can snatch me out of my car, tase me, and brush my window, I don't give a fuck how benevolent you are. If you think I owe you money because I didn't turn on my fucking turn signal, I don't give a fuck how benevolent you are. I am already probably going to be unaccepting of you. That's mob shit.
No, that's not. You open up a can of worms that you
Well,
did not want to.
My
when you
God, and
said
let's go down
that.
that can of worms. My God, the guy, if I forget to turn my lights on, who flashes his lights, say, turn your lights on. He's a good man. The person who pulls me over and say, you owe my money because you owe me money because you could have killed somebody is a bad guy. That's objective to me. Now,
What
you tell
kind
me
of
where I'm wrong.
traffic stops are you getting involved in?
Right now, I'm just talking about a blinker and your headlights.
You know, like to be fair to Joe, like there is corruption. Like a lot of these like traffic laws that we have is literally just a way to just like take money
Make
from you.
money. Come on. Let's not play
Yeah.
like we don't know that, right? The police could be better served doing other things than what we have them doing. Now they're not hated. Now when a crime is, there's a real crime. We trust you guys. No one likes
What do you
stealing,
define as a
murder.
real crime?
Where there is a victim, where someone is hurt, stolen property.
Oh, whoa, we are not going
Hold
to
on.
put the
Are
game
you
into this
talking about armed
shit.
principle here?
I am former law enforcement.
Oh, my
We are not about to fucking do this shit right now. What is a real crime to you?
I gave you mine.
Also-
What is yours? Hold
No,
on, please let us
whatever.
run this for.
Apology, Jack. I forgot to call this out. I didn't have the chat up and I got sidetracked with the conversation because this is a really good conversation, gentlemen. I do apologize, but continue.
Yeah. I would like to hear yours. Your definition of crime. Now that I know your former law enforcement.
No, I know what crime is. What is a real crime?
I gave you mine. You're not going to give me yours?
Covered underneath the statutes and fucking jurisdiction that can be enforced. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so if you break a law, you're a criminal. Yeah?
No.
Well, what is a crime? What is a criminal?
Okay, let's move those goalposts. Just because you created an infraction does not make you a criminal.
I'm
That's just
asking
an
you to be
offender.
explicit. Tell me what a criminal is then. I thought it was someone who breaks the statute. I thought that I was rephrasing what you said.
No, you didn't.
You got me questioning if I understand because you're so sure about this. This is
You're trying to be vague as fuck.
I'm asking you for yours, definition of a criminal. If I break a law, am I a criminal?
why does it matter his definition? It's the definition of the law.
Because for the conversation to continue, we needed to define what a criminal was. That's how we
Okay,
found ourselves
fine
here.
then. Fine. I'll give you the answer. Fine. You
Yeah,
break a law that is covered underneath the statute that
right,
defines it as a crime.
right.
Yeah, you are a criminal. That doesn't make you a bad person. So what are
okay.
you trying to say right now?
I think I'm trying to say, are most Americans criminals? I mean, jaywalking can be federal in places. That would put it under one of these statutes. That you're talking about.
Federal where?
I don't know. I found some stupid shit that maybe it wasn't. Yeah, maybe it was.
I don't know.
Where in the hell
Maybe
is
it wasn't.
jaywalking a federal offense?
All right, I don't want you to get stuck on jaywalking. My point is, it's easy
No,
for
you
to
said
break a
it, you
statute.
stupid son of a bitch.
I
You
know, and you
said
gotta
it.
hang on it because you don't have an argument.
You said
I
it,
do. I do.
Yeah,
and
just
you're
real quick,
trying
John.
to change the subject. No,
Real quick,
where
real
is
quick, real quick.
jaywalking a federal offense?
I'm not gonna repeat myself. I said maybe it's not jaywalking, maybe it was something else. But please
You can't repeat
continue
yourself
on
if
and
you
be
didn't
weak
say
as
it to
fuck
begin
and
with.
hang on that
Yeah.
fucking word. Please
You
continue.
can't
Buffy,
repeat
just real quick.
yourself if you didn't say
Just real quick. Just a couple rats, one at a time, gentlemen. Also, shout out to Stephen Connors for $2. He says, "Love is a virtuous promise fulfilled," from the Bible. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Well, yeah, go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, we were talking about. We'll go back to the real conversation without that shit.
No,
I'll give you a
no.
code where motherfucker
Where
breaks
is
for real.
jaywalking
Like
a
smoking.
federal offense?
Let me know when I can make a point.
I don't know.
Stop
I'll let him
changing the
finish
subject.
because
Stop
I gave
moving
his
the
answer,
goalposts.
but he's gonna just keep
Stop
repeating
moving
himself.
the goalposts. Where is jaywalking a federal offense? Where? Go ahead, open Google and look for it. Because you're not going to find an answer. Not in the United States.
I'll wait.
Because it's a misdemeanor.
Can we move on? Are you done? Let's say
I'm
a
waiting on
crime
you
that we
to
can
tell
talk
me
about. Let's go back down
where
to. No, he's not done. He's not
is
done.
a
He wants to talk about
federal
jaywalking. Go ahead.
offense. You brought it up.
This is the
You
most
said it.
cowardliest shit in the world. How he thinks he look good. I'm assuming he's drunk at this time. But the
You
longer you
said
go
it.
on with this, the weaker you fucking appear. Please
You
continue.
said it.
Don't act like you're done because you're not. I'm
I'm
gonna try
waiting
and
on
progress
this
the
federal
conversation.
crime
Yeah. Okay,
of
I guess we can't
jaywalking.
progress. Okay, you wait and let me know when he's done, man. I'll go get
Please,
tea or something.
please bring up the case where it was brought up,
Yeah, but Buffy, he's talking
to
about
where
like
it was labeled as a federal offense. I'm making a point here because this
Yeah, he's not
idiot
saying
is
fe-
saying
Yeah.
stupid fucking shit, knows nothing about law, but he's gonna preach it. Where has jaywalking been cited as a federal offense? Stop dodging the question. Stop moving the goalposts. Show me where jaywalking is a federal offense.
Why does it
Yeah,
have to
he's
be a
a-
federal
You
offense?
can't.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
Buffy. Listen, he's saying that like the just in terms of a crime, if you break a crime, are you not a criminal?
No, he wasn't. He was saying jaywalking was a federal offense.
He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
I'd say perhaps I was
I was
wrong,
here
but I
for
had
it.
time to Google it, and Google says you generally it's
Thank you
not, but
for
it could be
seceding.
considered a federal offense if committed on federal property. Example: national parks, military bases, federal building where federal regulations apply. So apparently, jaywalking could be federal. Wow, imagine that.
But why does the distinction
No,
of
it
federal
cannot.
matter if it's a crime? A
It
crime is
doesn't. I was
crime.
trying to move on to. I was just trying to say a crime. You say it's broken under a statute. I was going to give one we could agree upon, like weed. A guy who smokes weed, he's a criminal. Yes, if it's illegal in
I
that
hear you.
state. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't mean you can't break the law willingly.
Yes. So
Still makes you a criminal, though.
yeah. So most Americans are criminals.
And
If they broke a
if they get
law, I
caught.
mean, yeah, a criminal statute. I mean,
if you get caught,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Now this is why I thought my definition was better. That definition, what a criminal is arbitrary depending on the last motherfucker, because your position I don't think can hold, because you just sat here and said that if he smokes the shit where it's illegal, whatever, it's an offense. But then again, across the whole US, federally, it's illegal. So every one of these people, even in legal
No.
states, are breaking the
Yeah.
law, smoking weed. Yeah.
No.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
You know, marijuana has been legalized in a lot of states, right?
Federally, I said.
Which is true.
Yeah, federally. Yeah,
It's
it has
illegal.
been legalized. That's where the pesky little 10th Amendment comes in.
So
That's
you
why
saying
my
there's no such
definition
thing as
was better.
privacy?
You must leave a victim.
No,
Privacy.
you do not need a victim to have a crime. Oh, you're a soft sit. Oh, shit. Well, then we're done talking. You do not need a victim for a crime. Holy, oh.
And
okay.
who is the authority on all of this, right? Because isn't crime tied to the authority accusing you of the crime? And then
Be more
prosecuting
specific.
you according to it?
And just real quick as well, shout out to the chat. Shout out to Kelly with the $10. Says jaywalking is when you ignore traffic signs and walk out in front of your car and get hit. And also Stephen Kindness with the $10 says intentions pure equals a soul more secure. Again from Christ. Yet not the book of Constantinople or Frank Bacon augmentation. Appreciate you kindly.
I
Now,
didn't
142.
forget what you just said was dope. It took me a second to catch it, but you're saying the authority at the time gets to determine what a victim is. I think that's what you was. I'm rephrasing what you said there, if I'm correct.
Going off the Constitution, correct? Now, people's interpretation
The
of the Constitution can
authority
be
at the time. Would you like to define what you mean by that? What do you mean?
I mean,
at
if at the time a guy owns a slave, it's legal.
Oh my
so
God!
He's not a
What are
victim.
you doing?
Later, when he doesn't own a slave, if
You
someone
brought
if it's
slavery
legal-
into
It's
jaywalking?
look,
Really?
yeah,
Buffy,
Right after
Buffy,
St.
let him
Patty's
finish. Let
Day,
him
you're gonna
finish.
bring this up?
he just gonna fall into every trap I lay for him tonight.
Well,
You know,
who
another
tells-
sign of
No, I'm
weakness.
just laughing at
You
you.
throw out a word like that, and the motherfucker derails.
I'm
Right?
just
I
laughing
got
at
8 of
you
them to
right
say to
now.
make you fucking in the fucking train
No,
of thought.
tell me more about the
Let's do this
slavery of
Let's do this
jaywalking. Oh dear God, we've gone Super Saiyan level with. Oh my God.
Wait. Remember all that shit that time you took about jaywalking and you were wrong? You're really gonna embarrass yourself again? You don't mind. And I don't mind.
No,
watching.
tell me more about the slavery of jaywalking.
No.
Please
Let's talk
tell me
about
more.
jaywalking more. All
No,
that shit you
no.
were
Tell
so
me
sure
about the
about.
slavery of jaywalking, please.
And also, how long were you a slave again?
Who? You talking to him? I never said I was.
You.
a slave. He must be talking to you. I never
No,
said I
you
was a
brought
slave.
up slavery. How
I
many
did
years
until
were
you
you
cut
a
me off.
slave?
Until
When
I,
were
Yeah,
you in
just
cut me off,
indentured
right?
service?
I didn't say I was a
Please
slave.
tell me
I
more.
brought
Just real
up-
quick, gentlemen.
Well, you brought it
Just
up
real
as
quick.
a defense.
To get
Yeah,
'cause
so you
I'll-
got real defensive, didn't you?
Just to
I don't give
progress
a
the
fuck about
conversation, right?
slavery. I
Like,
never was.
What Joe's trying to get at is, for example, right? And Elon Musk like pointed this out, right? There's laws in the books where you're not allowed to hire people if you do like rocket technology like he does. You're not allowed to hire anyone who isn't American because it's basically rocket technology. It's basically weapons when you look at it, right? But there was also a law that was put in saying that you had to hire illegal immigrants, right? Which means that technically, no matter what Elon does, he's breaking the law. But what Joe's trying to point out is it comes down to who's in power at the time, because whether or not the government actually chooses to persecute you based on that is up to the government. You know what I'm saying? So like that's what Joe was
saying
pointing
that
at in terms of like actually.
That's why time matters. Laws change. That's why the time part matters. But I'm gonna keep throwing up words like slavery. I got a few more because they trigger you motherfuckers who don't want to
Oh,
chase
you
the line
gonna
of
throw up
argument anyway.
indoctrination?
Be
Go ahead,
patient.
throw
You'll
that
see
one
what I throw up. Be patient.
Don't worry,
You're
I
falling for
pronounce it.
everyone.
Joe is
I
pretty good at
guarantee
doing
you.
what he's saying he's doing.
Make sure you say it properly. Indoctrination.
I've seen Joe do it quite a few times. It's actually impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
It's entertaining to me. I'm dumb. But shit, where were we going? That's where my
I
point.
don't know.
My point was I don't want someone else defining what a criminal is, and I don't want us believing it. If you follow what someone else defines as a criminal, they are your god. As no one is hurt, you probably has an esoteric god somewhere.
Why does somebody need to be hurt?
Why else would you be trying to control someone?
I'm not.
So if you go out and do anything that will just be irrational,
right? That should not be illegal, right?
That's no victim being created,
right? That's like, the guy with the "fuck you" on his shirt. Can't think of the name of the case right now. But girl, why can't I think of that case? It was you. Somebody help me with the "fuck you" giraffe shirt. Well, they were saying that, it's irrational, and the court said there's no victim. You can say "fuck you" all you want.
You can. It's called freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there's no consequence.
I'm saying that's the direction I want to see it going. If no one gets hurt, I don't want a guy telling me,
You're describing anarchy, my dude.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like the
Yes,
name,
he is.
and I will put anarchy under my trigger words to go along.
He is absolutely. He's absolutely promoting lawlessness.
I am talking about yes, that's the problem, inherent problem, and man-made laws.
If there's no laws, right?
Excuse me?
Can't be a criminal.
Well, there is no God.
There could be if you leave a victim, deprive someone of their property, hurt someone. It could be.
Which edition of Black's Law Dictionary do you have?
None. I've never read it. But
you're preaching from it.
Okay, continue with your
because
great
Black's
words.
Law Dictionary does define a crime as needing to have a victim that has been an injured party.
Perhaps I should read that book. Sounds like they're on.
You are screaming from the Self-Sid Handbook.
You're logically tracking, to be totally honest with you.
What was that part? That's what I didn't hear.
You're not logically tracking, to be honest with you. That's why I'm
Tell
asking.
me where it lacks. I bet you can't. Or you'd have done it by now.
You have no
I
authority.
bet he
No
can.
authority. It's chaos. Where do you derive what is true? By harm principle? Because you already pretty much laid out that you believe in harm principle.
I gave
the most retarded shit in the history of time. Hence, you think there has to be a victim for there to be a crime.
Yes. Well, I didn't hear the first part of what you said. I'm just agreeing that I do agree to the last part. And I said, well, you derived that morality, the authority is what you said. I would say that there would be two ways. Either it's man, in case he's their God, or you'd have an esoteric version of God in your head or something.
Well, no, if we're not all in agreement of a base truth, then how can anybody even have authority? And that would make your case for the nobody's a criminal, which would be madness.
I thought in my case, I'm glad I like him too. I wish I wasn't so high so I can make sure I'm tracking with him. In my case,
I'm high as shit too.
In my case, though, there were clear criminals. Anyone who hurt anyone.
Same here.
He was a criminal anywhere. Someone who hurt people, that's a criminal under all whatever authority thought that we'd brought up so far.
Jurisdiction protected underneath the 10th Amendment.
So, if there's no laws, there's no criminals.
Exactly.
I would agree with that, but there are laws. There are.
I wouldn't.
You're acknowledging laws now.
I didn't say.
What the fuck is a natural law?
Me?
What? presented by God. Your little
I
book
thought
you
you've heard of
like to call
sarcasm, but
you
I said-
fuckers like you refer to. What is natural law?
I'll answer, but usually you like to go on for a while. Okay. Natural law, there would be laws that you could divine from nature. For instance, you learn. See, you didn't want to hear it. I wanted to stop. I like to
Those
see
sound
you
like
all over your
morals.
Yeah.
That
Go ahead.
sounds like morals.
I don't know what moral is, but I'm glad that
Of course
you
don't.
have
All
trauma and you have to interrupt learning a thing in
Hold
order
on.
to,
If you don't-
put a
If you
label
don't know
on
what
somebody.
moral is, why should anybody listen to you?
Oh, moralist is what he said. I thought he said morals. I don't know what the fuck he said. It
So I
sounds
go
like a
speeding through
moralist.
I go
You
speeding
could
through
wait.
a school
You had
zone
to
at
cut
100
me
miles
off
an hour.
to point out that my position sounded moralist. You thought it was cool to cut me off to say that.
Can I give you just a quick question just to see where we're at a little bit? Do you
Of
believe that
course.
rights exist?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
I believe that rights exist. I don't believe that it'd be like truth exists. And again, it would be under that God. I wouldn't be able to put a good handle on it and all of that stuff. But yes, inherent under God, this would be a right.
Yeah,
If
you're fitting into
wait, don't stop
Okay,
me now,
okay.
because that just tells me you don't want to know either. You're just happy with what you believe. And I'm okay with letting you believe that. But
Good.
rights
I
under
pot me the
God,
kettle.
I think I already know that you don't want to hear it. Under God, I think a right. If the old lady is being beat up, I think under God, I have the for no reason I'm talking about just some guys beating up, robbing them because they're younger. I have the right to intervene under God. I suffer no so and so. I have that right under God. That exists. If it's taken away from me, if I go to jail for it, it still exists. That right under God. Men will be men and they're shitty as fuck. If I buy a car, it's mine, but someone may take it. Doesn't mean that it's not mine, that you stole it and put it in your garage, your impound lot or something. You stole my shit. It's still my right.
You're right to steal somebody else's car. What?
In the end, rights will be what's right, but that's for the adult class.
Based underneath your subjective opinion. Okay, gotcha.
All of our opinions are subjective, yes.
No,
I just
your
said that,
subjective opinion.
What if
I
the
believe
person
it's out
whose
there,
car
but
you
no
stole
man can
disagrees with you?
find it. You only want to hear what you want to hear. I said I believe it's out there, but no man can find it or touch it. Right. But I believe it's out there like truth. I said that. I don't believe that. Yeah.
I've used the agnostic argument for a very long time.
You
It
were going
has
to
a
point
lot
out the
of-
flaws. Yeah. You haven't done
I
so.
did in a whole long
Please
sentence
continue.
earlier.
All you did was ask one question. You didn't point out what a flaw was.
In the harm principle?
No, you were saying that like the logic is flawed and it's really
Said that
stupid.
God would
Yeah.
give you the right to steal a car, which I mean.
No,
I-
he said that.
Sorry
The
about
fact that you thought that fucking that I said that tells me you weren't listening. He rephrased my shit as that, and you gonna go along with it. What am I doing here?
Yeah, what Joe said was basically even if a motherfucker steals his car, like it's still his right, like to like that car is still his. It's right that
Yeah,
that
you
car still
totally put it
is his.
backwards.
My bad. I'm also high as shit.
Well,
What are you saying? It's your right
I
to
think
steal
like
a car?
everyone except for myself is
yeah,
high on this call at the moment.
grind some more weed up. That bowl's empty.
It's your right to steal a car? Wait, what the hell's going on now?
I think I have a right to smoke weed. Even if someone outlaws it and says you're a criminal if you do, I can tell that dude's wrong. He's wrong. He's
Tenth
a bad
Amendment.
guy.
But
He's a piece
doesn't
of
that
shit,
come
in
to-
fact.
Like if you're doing
Whoa.
it knows, right? Then you're not going to get in trouble for it. And even if you did get in trouble for it, someone would have to enforce it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that pesky little 10th Amendment.
But it would be people doing it.
It
And
would be.
especially with cannabis. Those cops ain't doing that shit. We're over that.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think
This
marijuana
is still a crime, yeah.
should never be outlawed. I mean, it's a plant. They grow it. If you want to get to the Christian background of all that, I give to you all the greens and all that. Hey, God put it here.
You know what
It's
makes
such a bad thing. Why?
You know what the prohibition in America started from?
Nonsense.
Well, yeah, it is. It's all about newspapers. There's this dude who owned like all the newspaper presses, and he used wood pulp paper. And this guy came up with a machine that was more efficient and used hemp fiber to make paper way cheaper. And the dude didn't want to have to buy all the new machines, so he lobbied and made cannabis illegal and made the movie Reefer Madness in 1929.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's all
That
about
happens
paper, bro.
with that happens with a lot of stuff. Oh, this guy came up with something that can beat us. No, we can't have that because we lose money. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
And Nixon
Government
came
sucks. I mean, it does.
Well, now that it is
Nixon
legal,
came
it's
along and turned it
well.
to a Schedule 3 or whatever, like the narcotic. Nixon came along and did that in his
Which
war on
didn't
drugs
change anything.
bullshit.
That didn't change anything. They touted it as like this big deal. It didn't change shit.
All it did was lock him up. Well, he said later on, it came out. I think even the tape came out. And Ehrlichman, whoever it was who he used to sit in the office with, said that they came up with it because of hippies, those college students, black folk.
Hippies.
They had to stop. How did they stop?
We're not all
He was
hippies,
like,
man.
they all smoke weed. We made it a serious crime. And yeah, it came out all those years later that's when they came up with that. Yeah, I think the tape is even out.
That's why I call it cannabis too, because even though they invented the word marijuana at that time to like put it on the Mexicans too, which is even ridiculous.
I never heard that before. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there's
I'm
a lot
actually
of
real-
implications with Chaz too to put it on black people. It was really fucking racist the way they did that shit.
They
All over
like
news.
when you look at the prohibition, that's when you had like mass influx of like Irish people coming into New York and all that kind of shit, and they made alcohol illegal.
Interesting.
For getting drunk.
Interesting.
I'm asking you a real question.
Interesting. It sounds like it tracks, yo.
I'm asking you a real question. I am a 420 baby.
Me too.
I did too much. I've smoked. I think hot take. I think we'd have less crime if you just legalize the marijuana and just let people smoke. People will be too lazy to go out and do anything.
You'd be surprised. I work on the retail side of it. You'd be surprised.
Understandable.
I actually, my opinion is I wish they would have just decriminalized it instead of commercializing it, because I'm seeing addict behavior on a daily.
It's the easy way to make money off of it.
Yeah, but people will get addicted. Like those people get addicted to something anyway. They basically have a void in their life, and that's what they're trying to fill it with.
Well, and it's
what I mean?
even just going to the place. It seems like it's not even about the actual thing. It's just going and doing it.
Yep.
And it's like, it's a weird phenomenon.
It's like a drink at a bar to me. That's the way it works for me. It's like a drink at a bar.
Just chill
Like
out.
the way I look at it is that I think you should be able to go into a bar and get like a line of cocaine and all this kind of shit. Like I want to.
It makes
like,
sense to me. You laughing? People did that forever. They say you should do business deals, and people would add cocaine on the desk doing real business deals. Everywhere they do a line of cocaine.
I am not laughing in opposition. I mean, I kind of agree.
Did you smoke weed before it was legal?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, same. So, like, it being illegal is not going to stop me if I want to do it. So, at least.
And it's
control
not.
to
This
what
is
I
why
got.
I can't let another motherfucker define what's criminal. It makes the connotations alone. You decided that last year I was an evil person, and this year you decide I'm a
Evil?
good guy. That is when you decide what's
Well, evil
criminal.
wouldn't.
All of that comes along with it.
Evil's
Well, that's a
different
little
from
over
breaking the
dramatic.
law.
But if a criminal statute has been set and you violate it, yeah, you're a criminal.
Yes, they decide I'm evil. We should know they're wrong because we know that they got the weed shit wrong. They said all this weed would lead to niggas doing heroin and they kill people and motherfucker, every state, half the states that made it legal. And they know that they were wrong now. They've been hurting all these people and locking all these people up, doing all this evil shit all this time.
Well,
What
you
other
keep
evils are
saying
they
evil.
doing that we won't know about?
You keep saying evil.
It
What
is
is your
evil to
de-
take a
What
motherfucker
is your
away from their home.
definition of what is your definition of
You
evil?
don't care, bro. You're gonna get two words out, you're gonna laugh and act like that was all I was trying to say.
What is your definition of evil?
Hey Siri, what is the definition
No,
of evil?
not Siri's definition. Your definition. Wow. Thank you for goddamn proving my point. Yeah, thank you, Siri.
Please
Fuck
read it
you.
again, Siri.
Hey, you, not Siri. What is your definition of evil? Stop hiding behind Siri. Stop hiding behind Siri.
My
What
definition is
your
profoundly
You
immoral.
can't think for yourself. Oh my God, I gotta run this Siri. Siri, I have no idea what evil means. Could you please tell me? Thank you, technology. Brainwash me more, daddy. Brainwash me more. Fucking shit. I was trying to give you a moment. And that moment
What a
failed.
moment. Okay.
It failed. You ran
What's-
straight to the reliance of the brainwashing of technology just to define a word that you're trying to base your argument on to define the word evil. You went right to Siri. You
Siri,
are
man. This is,
shit.
this is
Buffy,
good.
what would be your definition of evil?
Oh no, he's not going to define it. He's going to go right back to Siri.
No, I'm asking you what your definition of evil is.
My definition of evil?
Yep.
Oh, my definition of evil would be the malicious intent of creating harm, maliciousness, and fucking ill will upon anybody who does not deserve it. I mean, shit. I am an
So, like-
evil son of a bitch. I
So, like, people
understand
who
evil
harm.
more than most people. Oh, harm comes with all of that.
Yeah, so like then it comes down to like how do you define harm?
Unwanted,
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm a cop
basically
watcher.
unwanted harm, unwanted infliction upon those who do not deserve it. The same thing is about evil.
Yeah, because like basically like it comes down to like people who like harm is like who you'd say is evil. Wait, like harm is a subjective is a subjective word.
It can
in
be,
the sense of,
yes.
like someone
Like-
like getting 6-inch stilettos and fucking standing on my nutsack is harmful. I would say it's harmful, but there's like the BDSM people will say no, that's actually pleasurable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, words can be harm.
I think he threw
Physical
intent in his
touch can be
definition.
harm. But I think
If-
harm is really defined. Harm, evil is dependent upon the person that it's being directed towards and how they perceive it. Evil, not so much, but harm, yes.
Very good.
I mean, hell, you can harm yourself. It's all in how you perceive it. Did it hurt you?
Not bad, bro. Not bad. You must have stopped drinking for a little while.
Damn it! I used the word to try to define the word right there. Damn it!
Oh shit.
God damn it.
Hey, Terry, can I ask something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you put our names on so I can not like
shit, one
get
sec.
confused?
I do apologize, gentlemen. There you
No,
go.
no, no. I was like, I don't want to make that mistake again. I apologize. Just being me.
That's fair.
That's funny.
Oh god. All right, gents, it is 1:41 for me. I gotta deliver this damn fucking. What the fuck am I carrying right now? I gotta deliver shit. I gotta go. I gotta get at least 4 hours of sleep. Try this shit in. Absolutely a pleasure talking to you all.
That was good,
Take it
man.
easy, Buffy.
Hey, we were actually. I mean, like, I like talking to you guys. We have a good debate. Nobody's chomping at the bit at everybody. So I apologize if I got a little aggressive.
No. I like that shit. I need a little spice and shit. It's not fun if nobody yell at me and I get to yell at somebody. It's just not fun sometimes. So you don't have to apologize for nothing. Bro.
Yeah, Joe Cool. I think I've argued with you before.
No doubt.
Well, you guys are awesome, man. I love you, man. I gotta check it. I gotta get it. All
Yeah,
right.
get some
Well,
sleep,
I'll
man.
let y'all. Yeah, I'll let y'all later, man. Y'all have a great one.
You too.
You too, Buff.
Later.
I feel like I'm arguing with everybody. I know he's right.
That's why we're here, isn't it?
What a character.
Yeah.
Shit. Where do you even take it after that? You know what I mean? Like,
Right? He was the fun part, man. I love
like,
that shit. It's the greatest shit. I love it. And I love it when people like him don't take offense and can crack up. That just makes it like, because I mean no ill intent. I'm just airing. He's just airing a little bit. I mean, I love it, man. This is what
I think
do.
I think it's good.
Yeah, that's how you figure out your actual point of view. Like, if you don't,
you test your position.
Yeah. And man, we want to scruffle a little bit and get a little physical. It makes us feel like we're men. If you don't yell at me a little bit, call me a name here and there, I don't feel like you're trying hard enough over there.
That's fair. But yeah, I actually want to test the stance and see where Teriak lands on this one. He might have stated it before, but I'm curious. So, Joe Cool and me are both for First Amendment auditing, and I'm curious where you and Darth stand on that.
Very good.
Yeah, so I don't see anything wrong with the principle.
Wait. Let me stop you. I'm finna play prophet. He is about to say there are a few good ones. But go ahead.
No, the principle of keeping law enforcement in check, as a citizen. I don't see anything wrong with that principle necessarily, but it's kind of like the same way where when you see these protests and they're literally doing everything they can to get in the way, cause shit and all this stuff. At what point are you calling yourself a protester versus just an agitator? You get what I'm saying?
I love it. I was right too, but I love it, and I love this argument. If it's my time to get in, man.
You were there for the last one when I went against Easy, and I really conceded a lot of things there, but
okay, yeah.
I think I did all right, but I just didn't press it hard enough. But I also didn't want it to get a heated conversation because it can get there really.
Let me answer this.
I could believe that about you too. I could tell. I believe that you didn't want it to go crazy. I could see that.
Yeah, because I respect Easy, and I can kind of get off the wall if I really try, and that's
why I said
I don't ever want to bring it there
on you because you was just so fucking sweet. I was saying that shit in the chat. I would jump this nigga if he was so fucking kind and shit.
Yeah.
Can I answer?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Darth.
I've actually seen. This is where I have a problem with it. I think, first off, exercise your rights if you believe that rights exist as much as you can. But
Very good.
What Teriak's saying, if you're being a dick about it, then fuck you.
Yeah.
This is where it gets interesting. This is where all the meat is.
Yep.
This is where I have a problem.
I agree.
What is
Having-
being a dick? That is what all of this shit. This is where the meat of the conversation.
It's
What
not gonna
is being
matter
a
when I
dick?
finish. Hold on. That
Go ahead.
wasn't the main point. That
Okay.
wasn't the main point. There are medical patients coming into my facility, which is a privately owned company that not only violates HIPAA, it's not a public building. But people think they can do that.
No auditor would ever go into a private medical
I
facility.
can send you a link right now.
You should. You
No,
should
he's
put-
talking. He's talking about from the sidewalk.
Well, that's different. Right.
It's still
Well,
HIPAA.
yes.
Filming
Well,
patients, that's HIPAA.
no, that's not.
But those
HIPAA.
people are public, Darth. That's my point.
Let's first, Darth, understand that I cannot even violate HIPAA. HIPAA is for the employees. It means that they cannot put anything out where the public can see. If I go
Yeah.
into the lobby and I see their private information, they violated HIPAA, not me. It don't even apply to the public. I can film all day from the sidewalk. Secondly, all I know is people going in a fucking hospital. They're in public. They're in their cars in a public lot. Google Rides Pass and see all their license plate. There is nothing in that part where no one should even get riled up.
All right, even if I grant that, what's the point?
Just to express your right.
Yeah, that's
Just real
the
quick as
point.
well, I just want to shout out
Yeah.
William in chat saying we need $10 to avoid the grift break, folks. We prefer on Ko-Fi, but like I said, we're actually pumping today as well. Timer is in chat as well, but yeah, gentlemen, go ahead.
Generally speaking, it's a bunch of motherfuckers tired of being
Pick it up.
gaslit by motherfuckers saying, you have your rights and not wanting to see reality.
At a weed store?
Yes, because
Private
everybody,
weed store?
all these things must be attacked at every fucking facet. And personally, I don't film regular people, but I understand those who do. I see people film churches and all of that, and in the end, I'm like, damn, you were right. Weed stores, particularly one of them, where a person must understand that when you drove here, there were 400 cameras on you. Your store is pointing 16 at me now, and I am under 6. You do not open your fucking mouth when you see me with a camera. People, everybody needs to understand that shit. If you got beef with
Isn't it
somebody, nigga, it ain't me.
disruptive?
Excuse me?
Isn't it just disruptive to be disruptive?
Isn't it just for the sake of being
What's
disruptive?
the point?
Just for standing there.
Point.
Like, what if you don't say anything?
Right. Then what?
Yeah. What
I've
if you just
yet to
stand
see
there?
that video.
There's plenty of them out there, man. There's a bunch of silent
Almost
auditors.
all of
Well,
them will be the
I am
guy
being
standing there,
anecdotal.
and someone
And I
approaches the
did
guy.
make the point.
Yeah.
But it's
Like, I
I
like to go,
understand
my
that
example
anecdotal.
is what I showed easy on my example. That guy just returns energy. That's all he does. But generally, he tries to set it straight with you, especially if you come back.
Those are
but
my
then
favorites who do that type of shit. That's my favorite.
Yeah,
I would
and
count
he just-
myself among those.
he just travels around, and it's all in
Who'd
the
you show?
execution
Jeff.
of it.
It was
all,
Jeff
you
Gray.
know?
You picked a great. It was Jeff Gray, yeah? Who you picked?
No,
to
it
show?
was I can't say his name. Ansemanic Press. I don't know.
Amagansett Press. I like him.
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Amagansett Press, yeah.
Yeah, he does a great job. He's just
Yeah.
going
And
around
and
traveling.
you picked a really good one because it's honest too, because he films people. Right.
Yeah.
He shows the line, which is brave. If you're gonna do it, show it. And his videos are good because it shows that most people laugh and joke, and some
Yeah.
people are really coming to my store and look at the great things I have. And then
Yeah.
the person who says that you don't have the right to film me, you got to delete that. For that person is wrong. Everybody
Yeah.
else was probably okay. To that person needs to be taught that you're wrong.
Yeah.
But is it
Well,
being
then-
made into content that somebody's making money off of?
You don't mind people making money. You don't yell at the news when they make money off of fucking Fox show and
Well,
that
doesn't that
bullshit
make
you want to hear.
bias? That's
what?
not really auditing, is it?
If you make
For
money
quick, I
off
guess,
of it, it's
backstage.
not auditors that work for the government make money. What do you mean it's not auditing if you make money off of it? I don't get that yet.
If you're posting the shit on
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Harfold, welcome to the show. Gentlemen, continue.
Yo,
Oh shit. What up?
what's up?
Like the question's basically like why are you concerned about people making money off it? You know what I mean? Because like I said, like
Because that
from my
makes it
aspect, like
inherently
if
biased.
I was gonna let him
Yeah,
finish
no,
because I
but-
had a counter to that.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that like from Joe's perspective, it's like if I'm genuinely showing like corruption in the cops and all this kind of shit, and I have a YouTube and that like I'm getting ad revenue and all this kind of shit from it, like why is that necessarily a wrong thing, or why shouldn't that happen? Like internal affairs are making money off doing pretty much the same thing, exposing corruption. They're making money off it.
No,
Yeah.
exposing corruption is totally fine. I'm not saying anything against that.
No, no,
Everybody
they're
who
making money.
does, who
Or-
shows on
Because the thing that you're
everything.
seeking out is
Are you saying if they're trying to gain money from it, that they're not really an auditor? Like, how are you trying to word that?
um, are you seeking it out like where, because like the one specific, and I am saying this is totally anecdotal
Yeah.
as far as like my one experience I had with this.
Okay.
There are people that can do it wrong. I'm
Yeah, it was
just saying
super
that. Yeah.
annoying. And it's just like you literally like I ended up looking him up and all he does is travel. This is an opinion, could not hold down a job, and just drives around and annoys the fuck out of everyone. Like he goes to like courthouses and all sorts of stuff, and he's like an asshole.
That's what I'm saying. When you saying words like annoys and asshole, the reasons you aren't saying the
No, he's
actions.
person on purpose combatant.
Tell me what he does that annoys the people. This is again where the meat is. What is annoyed to you? Tell me the action that he did to this person that was annoying. I bet you most auditors do no such thing. But let's hear. He said annoys, and you said something else he does. Tell me those
I said-
actions.
I did clarify that it was my one experience.
I know. I would really love to know what actions annoy, because it tells me everything. If you're saying he shouldn't be out there filming that annoy, that's one thing. If you're telling me he actually, like it annoys me when a person's out there eating and someone's standing outside the fucking glass or on the sidewalk, 2 feet from their face, the person's being kind to them, and at some point the person get mad, and that's the shit you want to show in your vid. That annoys me.
Yeah.
And
I
just
agree
real
with
quick
that.
as well, shout out to Jack Blaze for the Ko-Fi donation. Appreciate you, Jack. I've reset the timer to 2 hours to continue the conversation because Jack wants to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very kindly, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen. So I think, Dart, you're talking about like annoying. Like what? Like how would you define like the annoying part?
You say these people are annoying. Your
This
anecdotal.
one specific instant.
Yes.
I
What
said
did he
that,
do that was
restated
annoying?
that multiple times.
Yes. What did he do that was annoying?
Yelled and asked customers like why they were there, like how could the government sanction this building? He should be allowed.
Yeah, he sounds a
because
bit
it's a government
lunaticy.
building. And okay, so maybe annoying was the wrong word. I concede on that. But from a security standpoint, as an employee,
Provoking? Are you trying to say like provoking in a way?
kind of
Yeah,
was from
provoking.
the sidewalk. Yeah.
They don't even do that. Most people don't even yell at the people. The people give them attention. Most
But
people just.
I don't really see yelling. I don't really see yelling as provoking because that's still like categorized under your First Amendment right. You can yell at someone if you want. That's not harming anyone.
Yeah, that is true.
And if they're from the sidewalk, they're probably at a distance.
You can get arrested for disturbing the peace for yelling. I think like if you go to a neighborhood in the middle of a specific sound ordinance or noise ordinance, you can
They
get
will
arrested
have
for that.
decibels, which no one really uses. I've seen some people forced to cop to use them, and they lower it 65 and something else. And at night, pretty much everywhere, they have a lower decimal. It's all higher than you would imagine, though. It's at 20 feet. They have the distance that you have to use the decibel meter to read.
Yeah.
It's like if I'm walking down the street and like anytime I see a little baby, I'm there like screaming in the baby's face, "Fuck you!" Like that's not
Right.
First Amendment kind of thing. You know what I mean?
You're right. You know, you have arguments with your harming and all that.
Well, now
shit.
you're yelling at someone's child. That might get you arrested.
Yeah, right. Generally speaking, man, that control shit, I use it as a thermostat. I'm sure that's the wrong word. To tell who's evil. You know, the more motherfuckers control hungry, that dude is the most evil. A person who's free, he's probably a good guy. A person who has no desire to control you, he's probably a good guy. You know, just on his basis, without talking about whether the nigga got a job or whatever the baggage is going to eventually come along with it. Generally speaking, if a guy like, man, live your life, he's a god. The guy who's saying, yeah, if I got a, stop over there and got a ticket, you should get a ticket. That guy is petty as fucking needs it. I don't know.
Most of the good First Amendment auditors know what they can and can't do. Like they literally memorize more of the laws than most of the cops that pull them over for stuff that aren't even illegal. Like this one guy was doing one where he was recording outside of a bank and taking pictures and stuff. But he was in a public area near the sidewalk, and the pedestrian called the cops on him, and the cop was trying to tell him that what he was doing was illegal, and he's like, no, it's not. And she even asked for his ID, and it's like, you can ask my ID all you want, but I don't have to give it to you, because like, again, that's like that goes against Fourth Amendment, because I can refuse you. I'm not doing anything illegal. If I was doing something illegal and I refused, then I can get in trouble, but he wasn't doing it.
Isn't that reason enough? The cops don't even know our rights. I mean, a little inconvenience for some Karen is worth it so that thousands of people will know their rights, isn't it?
Hold on.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going up against an armed person and not complying with their orders, and then you're surprised when shit goes not.
You should not comply with their orders. And
why?
Well, what orders do they need to comply to if you're not doing anything illegal? If you're walking down the street, minding your own business, and you're recording with your phone, and their reason is to stop you because you're recording.
It's not you're right. I'm just saying
you should not comply with their orders. They're probably doing something evil. If I'm doing nothing wrong and someone tells me I got to stay there, I must answer a question, or I must do anything, he's in the wrong. Let's admit that through the gate. You know, fuck what other people say. We can say that fuck's in the wrong.
Honestly, if you know your rights, like a lot of the good First Amendment auditors, I feel like you should not comply. But if you don't know your rights, then you probably should comply, because you probably don't know what to do in that situation. You might end up doing the wrong thing.
Most good auditors have a line, right? There are a lot of good auditors where if you tell me you're gonna arrest me, then I'll do what you say. I'll give you my identification, whatever it is. But these are the same guys who later will end up suing your ass, and they'll be deposing your ass. Do you really think you had the right to go in this pockets, officer so and so? Those guys give it up. Eric Brandt, Jeff Gray, a million of them. Rogue Nation. I argue with them all the time because I'm the guy who takes the ride. I go to jail. Fuck that. But we argue
Just real
about
quick,
this all the time.
We got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Chinese Gordon, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hey,
how you doing? How you guys doing?
Hold on, man.
Not too bad.
Yep. I'm just
chilling.
having a hangout. Yep.
Yeah.
Is that Alberta, man?
Alberta, absolutely. How can you fucking tell? Seriously, how can you tell?
Because the way the way you say Alberta.
Yeah, it's like that.
That's funny.
Wasn't what the thing I was reading about where like Alberta was like, we want to become the next state of America. We're tired of Canada.
Well,
I can't remember where I read that at.
Yeah.
What do you think, Alberta? What's the temperature over there? I've heard Canadian people both say they'd rather die, and other people say, I'll take it willingly.
Put it this way, dude. What's happening right now is wild. It is very, very fucking wild. That's all I can say. is you know, we have the conservatives which is the far right, and then we also have kind of the moderates in the middle, and it's kind of a mixture, a little bit of that, and but yeah, it's beyond, man. It's beyond. That's all I can say. Yeah.
As New Canada, I thought you guys were squares and it's all soft up there. And then COVID hit and videos started coming about Canada. And I was seeing how those cops was treating y'all. I was like, oh, wow, it's just like over here. They was snatching people out the house and just.
Yeah. That shit happens, man. It fucking happens. That's for sure. And we try to prevent that shit. We try to do different things around here, and
that convoy shit was impressive.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was cold as fuck. I could not believe what y'all was out there. I was so amazed. I go to protests, and I wouldn't have went to that one just by the cold alone. And they was out there by the thousands. It was incredible. And they was like slicing the tires, taking the gas. The police was actually doing evil shit, trying to hurt them. Freezing bank accounts and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, they
absolutely,
was like, those people were gods in my eyes, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a wild time. I wasn't there, but the movement was produced by people here in Alberta.
Yeah.
You gotta know that, dude. You have to know that, and you have to realize that.
How long ago was
that,
happening?
right?
Well, actually, I credit Black Lives Matter with giving y'all the heart to do that shit.
Okay.
We was in the streets kicking ass, and Canada was like, you know what? We could do that too. That's what happened there, man.
Well,
I don't know who started in Canada. I don't know how it started.
Here in Alberta, it's kind of a more simpler thing. It's not like something like in America there. Like here in Alberta, it's like fucking maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people, right?
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we got. That's all we got,
That's
man.
crazy,
Like, seriously.
yo. That's crazy.
Like it is nothing like America. We're not on America's level.
Right.
So it's a state with the population of a city.
Exactly.
Or a small town, actually.
Like,
hey, Corey.
Like we got a large land mass. You guys realize that shit. We have a large land mass, and we can be your neighbors, right?
Right.
I've already done this shit. I've already done this shit.
Actually, no. Never mind.
I've been getting close to the Americans.
All right. I assume you were talking about 5,000 people would come out in Alberta.
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to Chicago, it'd be tens of thousands when we,
Yeah, I know.
I would go to other towns. I was just happy in Florida doing, I don't know, No Kings. I was also somewhere else. So I did some No Kings here in Chicago and in Texas and in Florida.
Oh, shit.
And there was a huge difference, bro. And what the big crowd was there, then in Chicago, like, dumb, just endless people shoulder to shoulder. You couldn't even walk. And the other places is like a normal protest where people line up along the sides of the roads with their signs. In Chicago, the big city streets are taking over, just endless, like a sea of ants, just covering every inch of land. All right, it's just more of that oppositional talk. What's his name? Darko or something?
Darth.
Yep. You would agree with me that cops are pretty much sellouts and immoral. We can agree on that, right? I mean, no one would dispute that. Am I correct?
As like a whole?
Wait, like all cops? All cops, you mean? No, I wouldn't say as a whole.
All cops. We'll start there. All cops. No.
No, I wouldn't say all cops as a whole.
All right. Could we say most cops?
No.
No, I couldn't even say most cops.
I'm gonna stand on that, and I'm gonna argue that most cops are lousy and immoral.
Well, that's because you're probably seeing the 10% that the news media portrays that cops are doing.
Stop it. You
compared to
know, I'm a
what-
cop watcher, and I've been following cops for, I don't know, 7 years or some across the country.
And you're paying attention to all the bad things they do and not comparing it to all the good things they do.
Are you sure? I might have videos up of cops doing good things. I might be known for, cops liking me and stuff. I might have just been in, where was I? Tucson, and I went to a courtroom. I didn't tell no motherfucker I was there. And when I came out, it was a bunch of cops out there to shake my hand and been like, I've been wanting to meet you for 2 years. I'm in Arizona. I ain't been there in 2 years. So
which videos
maybe,
get the views?
excuse me?
Which videos get the views? The positive ones? Or the negative
Police interaction will always get the views. Nigga told me that earlier, and he was right. The police interaction, the police being dumb, telling you got an ID. If a police tells you, that is always going to be your biggest fucking. The dumber he is, the more views you're going to get.
If you're in a vehicle, yeah, you do have to give them an ID.
Nah, if you're a passenger, and not if you don't have a law.
Well, if
Not
you're a
you didn't pull you
passenger,
over.
if you're a passenger and they have a probable cause, they can. For instance, if they pull over the passenger and their vehicle is illegal and you're not wearing a seatbelt and you're in the back or something like that, they got a reason to ID you.
Well, if you're not wearing a seatbelt, the passenger has broken the law. But generally speaking,
It's
Yeah,
just
I'm kind of
kinda
glad they
whoever
changed that.
really does
where
it,
they could.
you know?
I'm glad they changed that where they could ticket the passenger now instead of the driver if the passenger's not seatbelted. Well, unless it's your kid, but I still like it. They changed that.
way, right?
So,
But I would have to say that the only reason why I see it that way is because like it's easier for people to capture the wrongdoings that cops do than it is for people to get views and capture all the good things that cops do. Because a lot of the times when you get pulled over, or at least that I categorize most of the time, even from the past when I'd get pulled over, it was just a smooth transaction unless I was doing something illegal. There was always a smooth transaction with the cops.
Why would I?
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Can I make a point just to that? Because, of course, we're only seeing the bad things cops do. But it is their job to enforce people that are doing bad things. So, of course, it's going to be that way.
That's
what?
a good argument too. If you're the keepers of morality, then you better be on your square.
That's the thing is that's the reference I was trying to make with the example I was trying to give Easy with the example I used is because usually a lot of the time he'll run into good ones and then he'll highlight them and actually have an extensive conversation and ask them questions, and they usually have a good exchange, and it really highlights those police in that place really know what to do.
All good auditors lose their mind when we see a good cop. That's all we talk about. We lose our mind, which is a shame, right?
Yeah.
When a cop, when you go to a place and the cop shows up and say, "Listen, they got every right to be out here, ma'am, so and so," we lose our mind for the next 12 videos. Shout out to Officer so and so.
Yeah,
but that shouldn't be the case. He's doing his job. That's me praising my gardener for cutting my grass. He's just doing what he's supposed to do. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, and I think that it gives incentive for the people to move to that place. Because if I seen that example, I'd be like, I don't like the place that I live because this, and this. Let's go here. Let's make a living here. And then you start researching that area too, and then it gets more attention, and then it becomes better.
Yeah, it's gonna get all positive shit. Yeah.
I can't do it on my phone, but I was about to ask anyone who's on a computer to look up the statistics of how often cops get into confrontation.
It's super low, but I would say they break the law. I don't
More
know,
often.
damn near half the time when they're doing it, there's a law that they're breaking. Whenever they're talking about, what am I being stopped for? Well, if they open their mouth and say, well, it's a high crime neighborhood, it's after dark, he's breaking the law. Or he's about to do something illegal. That should never even come out of cops' mouth. If they don't have a probable cause of a crime, they shouldn't even be stopping you. All of that.
I
It
do
might be
agree on that. I
entertained.
do agree
Well,
on
we're
that.
just talking to you, man.
But also,
That
is that for the court part to be important? Now, I'm not saying the court part's not like corrupt and shit. I'm just saying, but that isn't that like you just comply until you get your change.
God no, because first of all, you're right. The court is as corrupt as you could possibly believe, more corrupt than the police are. And why would you blow an opportunity if you have two opportunities, one on the street, one in court, one in appeal? Why blow the opportunity on the street because people tell you to? Why would I advise someone to give up that opportunity? Millions, I shouldn't say millions, but I see many people win their battle on the street and they're not in court fighting a case, taking a chance on getting. They say, listen, Florida Statute 1302 says I don't have to ID. They saved themselves. By your shit, they should have just went to court. Sometimes you lose in court. The court just go with what the cops
Well,
say.
I'm sticking to the rule of law. I'm pointing out, though, that
It is not wise.
the rule of law, if implemented correctly, would not be corrupt.
That may be
So it
somewhat different.
You told me.
I don't really feel like it's. I feel like there is a level of corruption in courthouses, but I feel like it's a lot of the courthouses in small cities and towns because they'll protect locals before a stranger.
It is a different level of corruption there where they eat and drink together in their offices. I know.
Yeah.
So that is a level of corruption that's unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, you see it a lot of the time. It's really bad in like LA. Like they're completely corrupt over there.
Well, big cities, I feel like the corruption doesn't go into the average person inside the small city or town. If in a big city, I feel like it goes to the higher ups, like councilmen and stuff can get off with stuff from knowing cops and shit like that. Like I feel like that's the type of corruption.
It's worse. I'm in Chicago. We're known for being corrupt. So
so you know about Fritzker. Fuck
it's
that guy.
Pritzker. Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, we chased him out of a meeting when he was running to be governor. I shouldn't say chase him out, but it was I don't know, some church type of people was talking to him, and an organization of brothers who was up front when they just got to opening the questions and shit. They asked him something. I wish I could remember what it was, but he rushed up out of there and wouldn't answer their shit and ended the meeting.
We got this councilman that's been starting shit with one of the First Amendment auditors over here on the island I live on. And the only reason this First Amendment auditor is doing the wrong thing is he's in private places trying to do First Amendment auditing, and it doesn't work that way.
I don't believe anyone is that dumb. They won't survive a week.
He
They
just
go to
didn't
jail
educate
the
himself
first
enough.
week.
No, he's that dumb. He's already gotten several trespassing warnings at gas stations, the hospital, outside, not outside the courthouse, because that's okay. But I think it was something to do with he was like screaming or yelling at a library or some shit like that.
That's almost never the case when a person
Yeah,
says
no, this guy's an idiot.
Do you know the name of the guy you're talking about?
Harvey Freebird.
Oh my God, he's one of my best friends. We've stayed together. I put a
Oh, you know
hotel. I
Harvey
got
Freebird?
pictures with Harvey.
Man, that guy's wild as shit.
I just love Harvey. See, I told you, it is never what you say it is. It never is.
I'm not saying everything that he does, just the one thing where he got removed from the gas stations. The other things he does is like pretty legit.
I might have
because,
been
like,
with him.
he's fighting. He's fighting against that corrupt councilman, which I respect that.
Yeah, Larry.
That's surprising that you know him. That's hilarious.
Man, I got videos up with Harvey. I just went out there, him and Galveston. Every time I go out there, which is a lot, I spend time with Harvey. And we met somewhere else too. He's in Texas. We met in Florida recently. And then I met him again in Texas. And in Florida, we shared a hotel room for a few days. But, I've been knowing Harvey for years. I've been going out with him for years.
I will agree with him on one thing. The police on the island do suck ass. The sheriff's county is a little bit
Galveston.
more
Now I
lenient
know
and
the
better.
island. You're talking about Galveston.
Yeah,
Galveston.
yeah.
I
Galveston,
got videos up for Galveston. With Harvey.
Wait, what?
I got videos up from Galveston with Harvey Freebird and Galveston
hell yeah.
Transparency. He's a friend of mine too. Yeah.
Galveston Transparency. Oh yeah, I think. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Galveston. Yeah, he's more popular now. Matter of fact, when I went out there last, he went to jail. We had to go find his car. The phone was still running in his car, and we went up there. And you would say we caused trouble. I say it was righteous anger. That we went to the police station and went live and all of that bullshit that you would say. They were up there. We did all that shit, and they lied to us, and they told us we can't accept bread. You gotta get a money order. And we got the money order, and they say, you overpaid by $20. You got to get another one. And this was late at night because they told us we weren't going to release. And they were like, we can't get another one. I don't know what to tell you. We raised hell and raised ruckus until someone of authority, who I'd asked for on camera 8 times before, they said, ain't nothing we can do. Someone came up and heard our case and let them go in, I don't know, 60 seconds or something. He's like, what's your friend's name? Yeah, we can do that. We explained it to him. We're telling them, keep the fucking $20. To get, they're saying we can't let them out because we overpaid by $20. He was like, of course we can do that for you. And they let him out that fucking fast.
Do you also know Adrian from Galveston podcast?
I don't think I do. No, don't ring a bell. No. And I'm so arrogant. I thought there was no way you. She must don't call watch all that. I thought there was no way you finna name a motherfucker. I don't know. Personally, I've been traveling for 5 years. I've met all these people.
Well, this is a tourist destination. Most of everyone in that mama's been here. They don't even know it.
I love it, man. I just so happened I took my girlfriend there. I don't know, a couple of years ago or something, and one of the rooms when I was there recently, I was staying at a few different places, was the room, and I called her and she's like, yeah, idiot, I told you that's where it was at. It was the same hotel. I don't think it was the same exact room. It was the same hotel me and her had stayed there before. Yeah.
Wait, talking about one of the haunted ones or one of the ones where there was a murder at?
No, this is one of the beachfront ones, man. It was her birthday, and I took her to Florida for her birthday, and to somehow it was Arkansas, Louisiana, or something. And we got a place on the beach, and she loved it.
Hell yeah. It's a great view, and every now and then, especially around this time of the year, the water starts to kind of clear up a little bit.
Yeah. You're right. It can get pretty dirty in some of them areas.
Yeah.
And it can be brutal out there on the Galveston side. It can just like the waves. It be like death out there. When the winds kick up. It's. I used to catch the sunrise every morning out there. I got so many sunrises out there. One of my buddies literally stayed across the road from the public beach. I could drive my car up on there. I did it every morning for about a week.
Hell yeah.
What was didn't Galveston, like back in the day, get hit by a hurricane?
It actually took my home actually. The 1900 home actually did a significant amount of damage during the industrial construction of Galveston, which destroyed a lot during the building foundation of Galveston. But during 2008, we had a hurricane that destroyed Bolivar Peninsula. It ravaged Galveston, but I wouldn't necessarily say it destroyed it because Galveston bounced back. It was the peninsula that didn't bounce back because there's nothing over there no more.
Right. And I could see how it'd be vulnerable. It's not that wide, right?
Shit, we're only 7 feet above sea level, and the peninsula is only 3 feet above sea level.
See, it's already scary,
Yeah.
I can't imagine living in like Tampa. What was it, like 2 or 3 years ago that hurricane came in and totally wrecked shit? Maybe that was a year ago.
They ended up getting 2 storms that bullied them at the same time. They got fucked up that fucking that year. Whew.
Yeah.
You guys had a pier. I think this was in Galveston. No, this was in where's that in Florida? Where Roy Jones in Pensacola, Florida. They had a pier that you had to pay to go on. Everywhere I go, I ran up on a pier, and that's when they would charge you. And they give you a bracelet or something. It was really fucking weird just to go out on the pier and and that shit. I guess I don't know. A lot of people
they have multiple different piers that you have to pay on. I want to say several of them are fishing piers, and even if you're not fishing, you still got to pay $10.
Fishing, I think that's what started it, and we just were a casualty of that because I was amazed to see how many fishermen were out there that early. We trying to catch the sunrises every morning.
as a local, I hate those places because they have to check every fish you catch before you can leave. So if you catch over a specific amount or over a limit or length, they'll tell you to throw it back. So they act like game wardens even though they're not.
Right, but it had to be a game warden legally.
Yeah.
Real quick shout out to Dart Rule of 2 for the 10 gifted membership. Congratulations to Moxie121, BCL, Moonchild, Jariah Lama, Zombie Moonshine, Brandy B, Preacher, Wise Jade, Sprinkle777, aka Charlet, Pots1132. Special congratulations to you. You have Darth to thank for that one, and appreciate you kindly, Darth. Absolute legends.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Love that.
Williams letting you know we need to go on a 4 script break, so everyone on panel now is perfect time. Stretch your legs, grab a drink, maybe some popcorn. And everyone in chat. Now is the perfect time to get the donations in. We need $16 in Ko-Fi. Let's get it done. I'll see you in a bit.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to both Hartford and Darth. I gotta play the Shredding clip without. $16 from from Hartford on the Ko-Fi, and $16 on the PayPal from Darth. Appreciate you both, gentlemen. Thank you very kindly.
I forgot to put
you sound muffled.
I'll be right back.
Hey, what? Let me redo the mic.
Yeah, you sound muffled to me.
Who does?
Teriyaki. He sounded like muffled. Even when he played the meme, it sounded muffled for some reason.
Test.
Y'all sound completely fine.
Now?
Yeah, you're good.
I hear him.
Okay, I just disconnected, reconnected, just to be safe.
It was probably because I reconnected to the stream. That's probably why.
Can I call somebody out to be a dick?
Yeah.
Trailer Thrash needs to get up on the panel.
Oh, she's calling you out. He's calling you out. And also, we smashed the goal as well. Shout outs to you all, gentlemen.
Who the fuck is Trailer Thrash? Oh, I see.
That's me.
Nah, in real life, he's my best friend, so I have to adhere to calling him by his handle. He's being a bitch, though.
He's like, nah, bro, I'm chilling.
I mean, fair enough. But I told him.
Yeah, I got a couple of friends that want to get on VK because they were watching it one day with me, and they were like, "Oh, that seems fucking cool as shit." I was like, "Yeah, but if I go on there and you go on there, you can't call me by my first name. I mean, I don't care if you do, but everyone knows me as Halfwood on there. So if you say my first name, no one's gonna know who you're talking about."
Well, that's the other thing, but yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to be a dick. Thank you.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But yeah, it's like just like how everybody calls me Jack, but it's probably not something I'm gonna end up sticking with because it's connected to Fable. So I can't really. Huh?
Fable's good.
I love Fable. My all-time
yeah.
favorite is the Resident Evil series. That's my all-time favorite.
You like 4 the best?
Which one was the President's Daughter? I think that was 4. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
That was really good. A lot of people played that. Like I have one friend that he's played it like 8 or 16 times or something.
Yeah, I played
it's
it
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I just like 4 because the lighting with the gameplay is just so gothic compared to 5 is fun, but it's like the lighting kind of got brighter.
Yeah.
It did. It also changed a bit. I think that's when you can walk with the gun and shoot. That was a little hold up. It was always difficult to shoot in the early games. You had to stand still. And if someone was on the stairs, it was damn near impossible to shoot them. It was just a guess. It was weird. What else? There was one. Which one? Let me think. What's the city? Raccoon City. Did they have one named Raccoon City? That was a bit groundbreaking.
I think that was the first one, right?
No, it wouldn't be the first one.
The first one wasn't in the U.S., and then they had director's cut in the U.S., and then Resident Evil 2 was Claire and Leon.
This would be the one where they had went, where they was outside of the house. The first one where they were outside of the house, and they ended up running through the streets and shit. That was the first one of that. That was a little different.
That would be 2, I think, because it had 2 storylines you could play, and it was.
You ended up at a house, and it played like that, and you can go outside the house and had a little property out back. It restricted you, but it wasn't just inside the crib and Shit, you actually got to run down a few streets. One of the monsters chase you. It used to be you could close doors on him. This is the first one where he might come through a wall on you. My nephew, I was like, I thought I had never played the game before. I thought I killed him. And my nephew, we were super late like this, and the damn thing came through a wall. I had never had it happen before. He shot off the couch and ran and hopped in the bed with his grandmama. Scared the shit out of him.
Now, William saying we got 2 premium clips because, again, we absolutely smashed the goals, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, just to reiterate the logics here.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. Yeah, you don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want
bro.
to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Shout out
Yeah.
to Easy, and then we got the legendary Andrew Wilson clip.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
But I keep saying, gentlemen, truth, silence, all lies, even if it's a panel full of it. But go ahead.
I'm glad y'all played that first one again. I heard those 3 laws again, and I'm more believing it was silly as fuck. No one would know that except debate bros. It's the same niggas I have to argue with and be like, "Oh, you used the Martin Bailey argument. If you don't know what a Martin Bailey argument is, how can you even talk to us?"
No one knew that.
Joe, I love what you're trying to do. Joe, you're dealing with the master here, right? So, like, in terms of like that debate specifically, like it was a transgender argument, and they want to say that a man is a woman. Okay, like first law of logic is law of identity. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And like when you look
But
at
his
like,
argument that
philosophies-
dude, if he don't know the 3 laws of logic, then he's got no business there. That's a false argument, right?
No,
Because
this
that
is-
last one was the law of the in between. Who the fuck knows that?
the excluded middle, that something's either true or false.
Yeah,
You know what I
but
mean?
who
Greeks
knows
knew it.
that, right? Who knows that, right?
The Greeks did. The ones who came
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, but I'm saying no one that you're talking to on the street knows the law of the excluded middle. Correct?
Whose fault is that?
Well, it'd be wrong of
Is
him to
it
say that
everybody
you
else's
have no
fault we don't
biggest.
know that?
It would be
No,
wrong of
Joe.
him to say no.
Yeah.
This is the important part. It would be wrong of him to say if you don't know what the excluded middle is, you have no business arguing. Do we agree?
Yeah, but that's not what the context is. Context, like this is like after the debate had already technically ended. This is like 4 hours in. You know what I mean? And the dude's still kind of like doing this whole thing of like, oh no, like men can become women.
I
They're
don't
kinda saying,
doubt
well,
that he
what
was
is
wrong
identity?
and everything you're saying is occurring. It's just that same logical, that same illogical argument that I run into all the time. He did a Martin Bailey argument of what? If you don't know what a Martin Bailey is, you got no business arguing. It's not true.
I think what Joe's trying to say is like that even knowing a basic form of logic shouldn't excuse the fact of not knowing the 3 main forms.
Yeah, well, it caused me to never get caught in that. I have nightmares about that video.
But like,
Hey,
like
I mean-
philosophy, where the logic comes from, That's the foundation of like all technology and science that we know. Like physics comes from philosophy. Mathematics comes from
Let
philosophy.
me interrupt. So can I assume that you guys believe in the force doctrine and the women shouldn't vote and all those weird things?
Well,
think most
it's
people
not that women shouldn't vote. There's a lot of people that shouldn't vote.
Yeah.
Age variation. I just feel like there's a lot of people that shouldn't vote. I don't think it's necessarily women.
Women is in that list though.
Dumb people would not vote.
Interesting.
Now, like, I'm not saying like all women shouldn't vote. What I'm saying is that we should heavily reduce the amount of people who should vote. So like this whole thing of like looking at it from like a women or a men or whatever, it's like we need critical thinkers. Those are the only ones that should be allowed to vote.
For
You know what
sure.
I'm saying?
And if the vote was tied to like a household vote, wouldn't that also be pro family, right? Because like if you raise your
Yep.
family together, you're gonna have similar views. Therefore, why have contradiction? Like if your wife decides all of a sudden she wants to vote against you, then that nullifies your shit.
Yeah, I remember there was a couple that fought about that. Where that's just funny. He locked his wife at the house, and he went to go vote because if she went to go vote, it would nullify his thing. So he locked her in the house.
Can I opt out of this contract at any time? Because if America or all this land belongs to God and all of this, and I should be able to have the right under God, you guys know my weird beliefs, to go visit my friend, I should be able to do so unmolested by you. I think even the founding fathers agree with that. That's why everything is public roads and shit, because it belongs to everyone.
Are you making this amendment, like, or the First Amendment shit again?
I forgot where I was going. I forgot the argument. I'm high. I don't even know where I was going.
If you want to be an auditor, I already conceded that is your right.
Well,
that doesn't make you like. I mean, you're still there's
I
consequences.
was chasing a line of logic
everything,
somewhere.
whether it's legal or not. So I mean, I don't think it's smart. But if it's government buildings, go ahead.
Well, I think what he was trying to say, like most public things, like roads and stuff like that, was more constructed for the average citizen to be able to enjoy the country.
That's where I was going with it. Yes, so you must provide a route for the average guy to be able to go and join. So if you're telling me that I don't get the right to vote because I don't have land or skin in the game, I would argue with you that I do have skin in the game. When you've covered every inch of land with a road and a highway, you forced me to have skin in the game. What?
You said you're giving me the right?
I'm not sure exactly what I said, but I would argue that if you're saying that the only people who have the right to vote should be the people with skin in the game, whether it be a landowner or, I don't know, military time.
It would be pro-family.
Pro-family
would be promoted.
Right. I think your argument is because that they have skin in the game. My argument would be
because family is what matters, and then the shit goes out from there.
Wait. Okay, family is what matters. You should have the right to vote, and if you don't have a family, you should not be able to vote.
Why should the family not have one vote? Doesn't matter if there's 7 kids, 9 kids.
Right.
It's the family, right?
Okay, if you say, what happens when little Audrey's 18? Does she get her own vote? Or does she still vote with the family when she's 18? She still lives at home.
Yeah, there's no individual vote.
And if she leaves out of the house and moves into the apartment next door, now she gets the right to vote?
An apartment?
Does it matter?
Is there a family? Like a single?
No, it's her shit. She got a crib next door. Now can she vote?
She can. Well,
yeah.
You gendered it.
was wondering if you were gonna say yes or be like, well, she's still a woman, motherfucker. I was wondering which one you were gonna do.
Why does gender matter if gender doesn't exist?
I would agree, but I was hoping you said that you know, I had you trapped. You would be like, yeah. Because I thought you believed that women shouldn't be able to vote at all.
In a family situation.
Okay, so there's a separation though. Outside of the family, you don't mind if who votes outside of the family
Oh,
structure?
she wants to be a boss, babe. Then
I mean, anybody who is outside of the family. Let's
but
assume
you don't have
family gets
family,
one
so,
vote.
like, I don't understand why we're not promoting family.
I can see a lot of reasons why you would.
All right. One that wouldn't
What?
family.
Why you wouldn't?
Instance in human history, that a positive family dynamic was not good for the overall good.
Oh, a positive family dynamic. I have a buddy. This is not my argument, but I'll argue his because he
I'm
really
talking
doesn't
in
believe.
generals, not absolute.
Yeah. Okay. In generals, here would be one why you shouldn't promote family, because if this is not my argument, damn it, but because here in America, you are born, and to everything you do, you are subject to another man. It's like modern day slavery. Someone to get to tell you when you can come, when you can go, what you can do, how you can earn a living, all of that shit. Another man controls you.
That's
Why in the
delusional.
world would you even bring a person into this world? That is his argument. He wrote a book
All
on
right.
this shit.
Can you explain slavery? Because you said slave on that.
Yeah, when
Being
people
paid and
when
compensated
people
to order.
when
It's
I'll
not
explain
slavery.
slavery quickly too. When people force you into something and you can't opt out of it, you don't agree to it and you can't opt out. That would
You're
be
telling me I
slavery.
can't opt out?
No, you can't opt out of the fucking American way. No.
Are you telling
Are
me
you
I
telling
can
me?
buy a ticket out of America and pay for a passport?
No, you can't. In America,
I
you
can't
can't
opt
opt
out.
out. He was saying,
Anybody
I was trying to keep it to in America, but it applies everywhere else as well. If we could keep it to America, can I opt out of America? Why would you bring
Yes.
someone to family in
100%
America?
you can.
I can.
Well,
I can
here's
just
the thing. Well, here's the problem with that,
yeah.
right? Is those countries have borders.
I'm
So
talking
they
about
have to
just
let you.
America right now. If I live in America, can I opt out, or
Yes.
am I a slave?
The problem is you have to find a country that will take you because they have these things called laws and borders.
So my question: in America, you cannot, right? Because you're telling me other countries. You would
How can
agree
you
that
not
in
opt out?
America you cannot opt out?
Can you not buy a plane ticket?
No, then you're no longer in America. That's why I keep starting off
What
with
he's
in
trying to say,
America.
what he's trying to say is kind of like how a lot of these lib people will they'll go completely anti-American. They'll do stuff for burning the flag or trying to put up their own flag or something like that and make their own thing out of it and just screw the Constitution, screw the amendments, screw all that type of stuff would basically be. You could stay in America and not be American. That's possible in America.
That's not possible.
Well, first of all, I was everything
Rockies.
you said is anti-American.
This
If
is
you're
hold
gonna
on.
be America,
It would
you gotta
it
be
would
able
be
to burn a
Can we
flag.
play the
And
laws of logic
go ahead.
again, for fuck's sake?
no, it would be, I'm saying that you wouldn't be a true American, but there are people like that though. I'm saying that still gives you the freedom. The only thing is what people don't realize is once you're an American, you're giving away. Let's say if you came from another country or something like that,
What
you're
is
giving away all of your
you're studying. What
main
is
projections of that culture to be American. You're still taking your culture and stuff with you, but you're becoming the
I
top
thought
part of you is going to
Americans didn't
be an
have
American.
culture.
I think I understand.
Wait, say again.
I thought Americans didn't have culture.
Well, I don't believe the same thing. I don't believe the same thing like speakeasy to the extent is I believe we have culture, but it's more complex than just a one-worded sentence. Like, because everyone knows we're a melting pot.
Like, do you not see how you're contradicting yourself right now?
Well, you go ahead and elaborate. I mean, I'm sure I probably am, but I'm also trying to make a point on what he was trying to say.
Go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to know what you were trying to elaborate, so then I can clarify what I was trying to get to.
Right. I was trying to get to if he wanted me to define slavery. If someone, if I can't walk over my friend's house, or go to my friend's house without someone telling me, there's a curfew, you can't do it, you got to walk on this side of the street. I am under a 24-hour contract where I must obey you 24 hours a day, all of my life. This is slavery. If I don't have one moment of freedom, if I am subject to all of your rules and all of your shit all of my life, this is slavery.
Yeah, but can't you just like go up to the mountains and live in the mountains?
Slavery.
Make someone just make you do something against your will, right?
Are you wearing clothes currently?
I am, yes. Usually I am, but I'm sure there's a great point here.
In the shower, I don't.
Yep, I'll shut up.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to think about a sentence for that. Shit.
It's like if you go to the wilderness, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure it is. It's the game warden. When he come out there, he's gonna say, "Hey, you can't have 6 fish, and that one's over 12 inches long." He's gonna stop me.
No, I mean like living like a place in America where there's no house or whatever. Like you build your own house. Like the dude that does like the survival videos with his kid. I think he stopped doing them now. But
Well, he does that in Alaska. Alaska has a lot of pretty acquainted rules and regulations about hunting and fishing. So like you can get away with a lot of shit in Alaska.
First of all, he got busted and they kicked
How
him
is
off the
that
property.
slavery?
He had to pay a fine and clean it up. So he didn't get away with that. And the new property that he filmed on, someone gave to him. The guy he met let him do it on his property. So it didn't work for him. He's not a good example of you can go somewhere and just build a piece of land. If someone catches you, they're going to say you owe me money. You can't just live without paying me money.
So you're saying the more rules and regulations makes us slaves?
Well, that's a tougher one there.
Well, because then I would equivalate, would you consider school as treating kids as slaves because they have to abide everything that the school does?
No, I
regardless of what
wouldn't.
the kid wants to do?
And everything's a slave, and
Let's
the
keep
word has
this
no meaning.
kids out of it because they
Okay,
don't
okay,
really,
all right.
yeah. But so it just complicates things.
So like
If
work,
you
like
do it.
work, like work regulations. And
Work
stuff like
is
that
not a
for-
slave because I can quit work at any time. He won't come to
Oh,
my
yeah.
house and hurt me and say you owe me money. That's horrible shit.
You just contradicted yourself.
Where? Tell me.
Can you quit the
Because you
military
said
without
trying
repercussions?
with slavery.
You agree to it. It's a contract. If you agree to it, I agreed that I'm going to do this for a year and you quit, then there's supposed to be penalties. But I use the 24-hour thing because
That's your
any
definition of
contract where you're
slavery?
24 hours a day your entire life, that's probably a great indicator that it's wrong right there.
This is gonna make sense eventually, but can I ask you a question, Joe?
Of course, yeah.
Do you know where the original term redneck came from?
I'm under some white dude under the sun.
Nah. It was around the same time that the Egyptians and the Arabs were selling the Africans to quote unquote. The Irish were also getting sold, but they used different wording. They didn't use the word slavery. They used indentured servant with the promise that after 7 years, you would be free.
Right.
The difference is those Irish people were sent to the tropics to farm. I don't know if you know anything about Irish people's complexions, but they don't do well in the tropics.
Yep.
Hence the term redneck. They were burned, and I can speak from experience on this one as far as like what happens with my fair skin. You get boils. And no one, well, I shouldn't say no one because that's an absolute, but most didn't survive. And if they weren't sent to the tropics, they were used as demolition efforts, or like for mining and shit, which is also a ploy because, yeah, you're not going to live through that. You're going to get blown up, which just so happens to be a really predominant Irish skill.
Mm-hmm.
If now you said this was going somewhere, we were talking about being removed from contracts. It is a 25-day contract. Yeah. Can you draw a more direct line for me?
How is that not slavery?
Indentured servitude, as far as I know, it probably was slavery, the closest thing to it.
Promise. It was a lie.
Excuse me?
It was a lie. None of
A
them
lie.
it.
Yes.
Well, not none, but very few.
Well, then you call it slavery too.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's not such a leap to think that American system that tells you how fast you can drive your car. You can't really own your car. You have to keep giving me money for it. Your house, you don't own that for real. You got to give me money. I hold a deed. Your property, it's really mine. This shit is like we're just going off the deep end with this shit, right? It's slavery. If you think you can just rob me all the time when you feel like it.
Have you ever heard the saying "Irish need not apply"? Which
I do, yes. I'm
huge
familiar,
immigration thing.
Yes. I use that Irish in my arguments all the time. When people tell me that the immigrants are pieces of shit scum, I say, you do understand that when Irish and all the other people that came over here, they say Irish need not apply. No Irish are dogs. They spit on your granddad when he got off the boat. They said he's going to take my jobs. These are the same arguments you use. I do know a little bit about them anyway.
It's just interesting that it always gets made one way, and it's like everybody was enslaved. There's actually more slaves now than there has ever been in human history.
I would agree, but most people don't see it. You know why? Because if someone renames it, we believe it. It's still slavery.
What's interesting is the 400 years of Western slavery compared to Korean slavery and slavery in China. They did it for thousands and thousands of years. Only difference is when we ended slavery in the Western world, we allowed the slaves to become citizens. There were still regulations and shit to it.
I think Amos Nee was
right
in that situation.
But people still ended up becoming citizens. Happened to the Koreans that slaved people and the Chinese that slaved people. When those slave populations died out, they basically just killed them all off. They even castrated them to make sure that they didn't populate.
Oh, you mean like
and I thought that was really crazy. It's pretty much. It was pretty much like 14th century freaking Planned Parenthood, basically.
I don't know if that's TOS. Sorry.
14th century Planned Parenthood.
No, Planned Parenthood's racist as fuck.
That's funny.
How is it funny? It's proven.
Yes, I'm familiar with some of the methods that they use in order to save gunpowder and things like that. Yeah. I had a thought. There's no way I'm gonna regain that motherfucker now, is it?
But like, I was gonna say, like, another consistency of things that changed is like modern day racism compared to the actual term that came from the Greeks is completely different. See, the Greeks actually believed that it wasn't race; it was more of a group of individuals. So, like, all the Greek people had a higher IQ than people that were Somali, so they believed that they were superior because they had a higher intellect, not because of their skin color.
That's what it is to be American. When people say colonizers and shit, that's what it is. They sole gauge is IQ. Otherwise, you're less than me. It's for most Americans. That's why they can say it's a shithole country. And you know, the Indians were savages.
Who's saying it's a shithole country?
No, not this, but they say, you know, you name anything else, Cuba, fucking Iran, Iraq, or whatever, any place in Africa. Most Americans think that's a shithole country because our gauge is intelligence,
Somalia?
how much bread and that type of shit you made.
Somalia is kind of a butthole.
But I mean, any place, it's the colonizer shit, right? With the Native American savages.
Isn't everybody a colonizer?
I'm sure at one point of time, and we should say that they're colonizers, and then say, isn't everybody a colonizer?
Well, the thing about the Native American tribes is they weren't really known for like colonization in the sense of like taking over a massive area because they felt like most of that belonged to nature. But a lot of the Indians in that time actually, it was even written down that they would rather be captured by the white man than another Indian tribe.
That is,
they did horrible shit to them.
because other Indian tribes would do the most dishonorable things to other Indian tribes.
Well, at the
They
end,
had some moral objective.
at the end, they changed that belief, and they all joined together to fight the white man. So they didn't stay with that belief.
No,
they didn't. They didn't all join together. No, not all of them. There might have
Not
been
all
two,
of them. I'm
two or
not saying
three.
all of them, but the idea that in the end they still thought that the Indians were the biggest threat, that's just absurd. At some
I was
point,
about to
right,
say-
they would have had to come to that revelation that I just can't hold
Maybe
a
it's-
thought. I gotta smoke.
Maybe like one of my friends told me, he's like, oh no, everyone in Africa gets along, and I'm like, you know, most of them nations like they don't like each other, right? Like there are some that do like each other, but it's like there's some that they have different types of cultures. So like they don't actually like each other, like literally.
Here's a good example of what Native American culture would have been like when Christopher Columbus got here. Does anybody remember what his take was on what he thought of Native Americans?
Well, he had syphilis.
Oh, savages.
I believe, Joe, it was something along the lines like
It's fine.
this.
Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. I can't get rid of these engines.
Some along that way. Yeah. No, but he wrote about it. Anybody?
Hey, how do we feel about Baconators? Just out of curiosity.
This guy and his fucking baconators. I'm a big Mac supremacist.
I've eaten at least as many baconators as you have, buddy.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Calling you out, Dart.
Yeah,
Bro, we got
Do I need to turn?
we
my
got
camera
one
It's full.
we got one Wendy's in Galveston, and it sucks ass, dude.
I don't eat Baconators enough because the only Wendy's close to my work is like the worst. Like where I work, the fast food is
Oh wow.
so bad.
I understand the difference if you get a good restaurant of the same chain and a bad one. White Castle, I like some I won't go to, and some I think are the greatest in the world. I understand that.
Well, and you got to find your spot for sure. Like,
Well, we were talking about the freedom shit. See how the Indians did not believe in the people own land and all of that shit. And I'm gonna tell you what the Columbus thought. But it's the same philosophy I'm talking about now in ways. You can't, just take over an entire continent and say it's yours and everybody must obey my law. Surely that's evil. For all eternity, 24 hours a day, that's bad shit. And here's what Christopher Columbus thought about the Native Americans. He wrote back, he said that these people are the closest to God I've ever seen. They are the loveliest, most friendliest, hearts of gold. They would do anything for you. All you need to do is ask. They are surely God's chosen people. It should take 37 guns and less than 80 men to totally subdue them within X amount of time. He immediately flipped over to that. Now let's kill these niggas. That's the letter, first letter he sent back.
Yeah, that's not
It's
fair.
like
Say that.
they're all peace based. We can take gifts.
This will be easy. Yeah, that's what he thought of him.
That's not fair. I can't say that word. I could rebuttal your shit, and I can't use that to explanate.
Right.
I kid.
And just real quick as well, shout out to Jack and Blade. Us up to 220 for the day. You guys are legends. Appreciate you.
So I
Like I
believe-
said, I'm going to be on Chris's. I'm going to be on Chris Lestrange's show later on tonight as well, so make sure you check that out. Also, Rachel Wilson's going to be on the Whatever podcast as well. Make sure you check that shit out too.
Oh,
Gentlemen,
hell
I
yeah.
believe you were having a Baconator off.
No. But yeah, no, like the Indians, they believe that you were borrowing the land because that's why they moved around a lot. They didn't actually believe they owned the land. They believed they were borrowing it.
And it's logical when you think about it. It can't be yours in perpetuity. It's understandable that it's yours while you're on it type of shit, but it can't be
Well,
yours in perpetuity.
Even if you think about it, even in a Christian perspective, you really don't own anything. Everything is borrowed from God. Even your own life
We
is
agree.
borrowed from God.
I agree. You wouldn't have to argue
borrowed.
long with me about that shit. Yes.
Not borrowed.
And then you might even say you get to the point where it's a gift even for the short amount of time, whatever it is you had it in your life, it was a gift.
I would say free will would be the gift, and the vessel would be the part that you're borrowing.
Oh, I love it. I love that one. Yeah, I love it because that's how I envision that shit. In fact, the free will is a lot bigger. The vessel restricts you in some ways. It gives you better attach to certain rules and shit to it that you have to live with. But that also makes it exciting because you see other people who has to drive the same vessel and how well can they do in the same vessel, and the competitive part of you, kicks in. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help but flat earthers. I can't help but shit on them, bro.
I can't help but shit on them either. There's just so much different physics and mathematics that just, it's like when you bring that to them, they're like, nah, that's not valid. It's like they'll bring up the Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's like, if you go up this specific amount of the earth, you'll still see a flat plane of land. You won't see it curve. And the guy tried to use that during the debate. He's like, see, even Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's still flat. That proves it's flat. No, he's saying that you literally have to go out like hundreds, if not thousands of miles to even see the curvature. That's what he's trying to say.
I know you know what you're talking about because I debate a lot of flat earthers, and I've heard that argument many times. Yeah, that exact argument.
Dude, if you started walking right now and there was a bridge from here to the moon, it would take you, if you walked, not ran, all the way up to the age of 80 years old, and you wouldn't even be 25% of the way there.
Damn. I don't know. It's so many holes. I saw a guy. Let me see. I'm not gonna even remember his name. I might remember his name while I'm telling the story. But it's the guy, the astrophysicist, astrophysicist guy. He's relatively new. I've only been on to him for a few months. But he was showing every, I don't know, once a week or something, he'll debate flat earth. He'll debate anything, right? Mostly it's ask a physicist any questions you want to know, but he'll debate other shit too. And he's got a little flat earth thing that he does. And he showed the easiest evidence where any person could objectively tell that it's round, that at least it's not flat. He took the sun, put a solar filter over it, and filmed it as it went down and showed that it didn't get small and disappear out of your sight. That's not a thing. It disappeared full size. And I thought, yeah, that's hard to overcome. And I don't know, the flat earther didn't buy that shit. I forgot his argument.
Well, I mean, one of the logic things I can see in it is if you could see the shape of the sun outline based off of the lighting when it's coming up from the horizon, whether it's evening
right,
or like you can see the outline that it makes a circular shape.
At a
And then the same thing with the
moment when
moon.
it
So you,
kills the glare, it shows the outline of it.
because I had this argument with a flat earther before, and I was like, so if it's a flat Earth, where does all the water go if it's just flowing into space? How does it come back? That's what I want to know.
What does the water go? Well, I guess they say it evaporate and go to the mountains and then roll back down. But
that wouldn't make any sense because if it goes into space, it's
the
going to go
dome. That's right. I forgot. It can't go past
Oh, yeah, the dome. That's right.
It
Yeah,
would
yeah.
leak off the dome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot they had that dome theory. It's like, well,
That
there's this dome that I forgot about that.
It doesn't hold. Here's why. Because there's math involved. If you picture a flat Earth, you should be able to get an idea of what a dome shape look like. And you should be able to tell me how high this dome is. And now you should be able to tell me, is the sun inside of that dome or outside of that dome? Because these things would be important. Are the planets, and they don't want to commit to anything because they know everything can be torn down so easily. Is the moon up there for real? It could be a projection. Is the sun in the sky the apparent sun? What the fuck does that even mean, man? I don't,
the apparent sun.
Yeah, that's they call it. What? Does it give you heat? Does it provide heat? I don't know. I just love it. I love it. I got good friends who are flat earthers, and they kick me off that shit because I'm so irritating all the time. Some of them really. I guess I lost some friends being a dick too. People who were just putting up to me, with me because of, just to be courteous to people you've just met on the internet. And then when I test them and ask them, this doesn't make sense. Why, what about this? Some of them, get mad and block me more than stay friends with me, do.
Yeah, that's for true. I've lost a lot of friends already because there's a lot of political stuff going on. I'm like, we could still be friends and talk about shit like that. I mean, if you want to unfriend me, that's on you.
Right. We should, I don't know. I don't really have a problem. I could talk about aliens living in my butthole. Any chance of that, Joe? Well, technically, if they were the size of a tachyon, I don't mind. I can talk about any fucking thing. No, I don't have a problem. The religion and shit, because I got buddies, man, where you can talk religion 24 hours a day if you so wanted to. No one smart would probably be doing that. But
I got one.
It never goes
Can I change
anyway.
the topic?
Yeah, of course, please.
How do you feel about the Jedi and the Sith?
Very good, because I've been hearing some interesting shit about the Sith lately. Like, motherfucker been trying to tell me that they're the good guys. So I'm interested in where you go with this one.
They're definitely the logical ones.
The only reason why I would think they're the good guys is because the Jedi was keeping a whole bunch of secrets from all the other Jedis, and then
That's obviously bad.
And the
if you
Sith
keep
was
it
all like,
secrets.
and then the Sith was all like, why would we keep anything secret? You could literally, you could do that. What are you talking about? Like, like one of the things was self-healing. Was among young Jedi users, self-healing yourself is considered sinful in the eyes of Jedi or whatever. But in the Sith, you could do that. They're like, we don't care. You could do that. Or like the Jedis also have the rules where you're not allowed to swing your lightsaber and turn it off mid-clash with lightsaber and then turn it back on to kill your opponent. But the Sith was like, yeah, you can do that. We don't care.
Okay, well, can I be a little more specific on the philosophy between the Jedi?
Yeah.
I mean, there are subcategories here. So there's Jedi and Sith. Let's say they're left and right. There's also Gray Jedi, which would be center. I almost called them
Independence or something.
And then there's, a spectrum of them.
Right.
The Jedi, I mean, if we're going by the movies, the Jedi kind of fucked themselves with the Jedi Council and not granting Anakin Jedi status, and then fucked him up, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a big L on him.
And it kind of worked out.
That was a big L, dude. That was a big L.
Oh, it came back to Harlem. That's for damn sure. Oh,
I do gotta admit though, I do gotta admit, Samuel L. Jackson's character. He was killing it.
He was the
Killing it.
absolute greatest.
He has the best lightsaber, dude. Like
Yep, purple.
literally, when Lucas asked him, "Is like, will you play in the Star Wars?" He's like, "Only if I can have a purple lightsaber." He's like, "There's no purple lightsabers in Star Wars." He's like, "There is if I'm going to be in it."
Dude,
He showed up the next day and he gave him a purple lightsaber. He's like, "Yeah."
there was shit in the newspapers. That was
wasn't the first
not
one.
newspapers. Go what?
He wasn't. Mace Windu was not the first one to have a purple lightsaber. He was only the first one to have one that was only purple.
Meaning someone had one that changed colors.
So Darth Revan. I don't know if you noticed my name.
Oh
is
yeah,
Darth.
that's lore.
Yeah, Darth Revan.
That's from the comic books, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's books. It used to be lore.
Books, games. They're in some of the Old Republic games, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
I think as well as the MMO that they had. I think he was in there too.
Remember how long it took to make a decent Star Wars game? Star Wars was just like the biggest letdown forever, and then one day you finally got to lift motherfuckers up. Yeah.
Dude, Force
Battlefront
Unleashed is
2 on
crazy.
PS2. Battlefront 2 on PS2 was actually not that bad for a game that came out on PS2. It was actually pretty.
Say Battlefield.
pretty
I
decent.
used to love that.
Battlefront. It was Battlefront 2. Star Wars. The Star Wars Battlefront.
I might have played it. I don't remember the name, but they did get some good fighting shit in there. Where they finally, man, it was great. I remember running down the halls and grabbing motherfuckers, the floor singing around. And then I remember getting so good that you could be a Jedi and wear the garment that they wear, but that means you got to give up your armor. But it was something like, it was like a test. The nigga, I got to look like a Jedi. You know, it was great, man.
Yeah, the Force Unleashed was sick. I loved Star Killer. If anybody played the Force Unleashed 1 and 2,
Yeah, Star Killer was awesome because he's like one of him and Darth Vader are literally the only two I believe that had the strength of the Force to be able to pull a Star Destroyer out of the fucking sky.
Yeah,
Darth Bane. And I think Darth
Vader did it in the comic books, or no, he did it in the movie.
Darth
I
Bane
think Darth Vader
because of Clone Wars. If we're going off Disney's bullshit ass definition.
So does the Jedi
Like you need a dick.
accept Luke? Does that make it better? I don't know now. Now I know he got that
What do you mean-
dark
what do you mean
side.
accept him?
I would argue.
Well, you
Luke
guys were saying he
first
screwed himself by not accepting him early on and giving him that position and shit.
Well, he
If he
didn't have a
does,
choice.
is everything hunky dory, or does the dark side come out and he fuck him still?
Well, the thing is about the Sith is that a lot of the Sith are former Jedi.
There was a lot until Darth Bane. Well, there was a lot until Darth Bane. And actually, you could argue that the trilogy is fucked. The original, because the rule of two, which is my channel name, the rule of two was Darth Bane killed all of the Sith because they also had like a competing academy to like the Jedi back. We're talking.
Oh, this Darth Bane motherfucker. He sounds like
he's
something
badass.
else.
He's badass. He's the best. He literally devised a whole plan to trap. He didn't even kill him. That's what's even more fucked up.
Yeah.
Is he came up with the thought bomb, which was it would trap their consciousness into an eternal thing in a cave. Just eternal torment.
Yeah,
But
that sucks too.
His idea though was that as long as the Sith have their code, there will always be infighting. Therefore, there needs to be one with the power and one to crave it. And so the one that teaches the one to crave it. And when the one that craves it enough can overpower the master, then it's
his turn.
Craved if they can, which is a test.
Yeah, it's a test, and maybe it's
And-
justified in some way.
Yep. And then it's their duty once they kill the master to take on
To-
another one. Therefore,
And
there's
hopefully, yes, to do better and change whatever they saw that needed to be changed is what drove them to take over. Hopefully, they can institute it and do a better job.
100%.
Here's the thing that I always find crazy about Star Wars is the what's the name of them? The Mandalorians.
Yeah.
Like they are just like they kind of remind me of like Saiyans. They're like a warrior race that you really get into like a lot of stuff that they've had happen, and it's just kind of ridiculous. But they're just really sturdy.
Yeah.
Can I read you their like creed? Because I find it interesting to look at.
I think I've heard it, but I would like to hear it again.
No
remind me
chance
of the
I heard
Greeks.
it. I'd like to hear it.
I'll start with Mandalorian because Mandalorian's more like the middle ground.
So the middle, basically.
Well, they're warriors,
Right.
so
But
there's. I mean, it's kind of, but it's like brutal though.
so they're I guess let me clarify. They're like kind of like a justice, but it's very from like a neutral aspect.
It's very much Force doctrine.
So
Okay, they
Vikings.
impose their will. Yeah.
Space
I say-
Vikings.
You ready?
But they have a lot of crazy shit happen to them, though. I know too.
For sure. The history of Mandalore is. I mean, their whole planet was destroyed before the original trilogy even existed.
Oh
Yeah.
man, you made me think of Doctor Who. With that shit. Yeah, he destroyed all the. He destroyed. I think I don't forget who destroyed what, but damn. that
You
was-
ready though? They all have the same structure. It's just the words are different, and I find it interesting. And I think it's applicable to like kind of politics in a way.
Yeah, or even religion in a way.
Because Mandalorians are like war by nature.
Okay,
So-
Klingon. Right, like everybody has their, analogous tale. Klingon and Star Trek would be the war by nature motherfuckers, and the people.
That's
they
why I said
fight
they're.
on.
That's why I said they're similar to Saiyans. You know.
All right. Well, can I read
Yeah.
that and then we'll go from there?
Yes.
All right. So this is the Mandalorian creed. Strength is life, for the strong have the right to rule. Honor is life, for with no honor one may as well be dead. Loyalty is life, for without one's clan one has no purpose. Death is life, one should die as they have lived. That is the way.
That dude that's Klingon shit there, bro. Yeah, damn, I can see Warp saying that shit. The only life is death. Yeah, I can see them there saying that shit.
It's pretty much we're gonna go out fighting. We're gonna swing.
Yeah, we gotta go out. The first one was whoever has the power to dominate deserves to do so. And then follows with, but you must be honorable. So you're almost bad as shit. Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting.
I
But
just
it's
know
like
there's
I
been
will
some.
die. Yeah, it's like the honor is dying for.
You know what would be the biggest thing to start applying Force doctrine the most is when we start being able to use mechs like armor core. That's when Force doctrine is really going to get applied, because how are you going to compete against a like something that's
metal,
not susceptible to explosive devices and shit like that? Like shit.
I mean, metal, you could insert robot. You don't have to control it yourself. If
Yeah.
suddenly you got an iRobot situation, it changes the game where you can't just up and shoot it. You can't reason with it. You can't be like, I got the right to be out here after 6. And, it can do, suddenly the game changes.
You ready for
It's-
the
Heck, they
next?
wouldn't even need handcuffs. They would just have to wrap around you and start constricting.
Yeah, anything. They can hold you hard enough, without hurting you and make you go wherever the fuck they want.
Stop! You are being under arrest.
Can't outrun
Get off of
them.
me!
Right? Can't even speak good English. Yeah.
You ready
Go
for the
back
next
to
two?
Northrop where you were made. Go back to your home in Northrop.
I was about to say, you dang clanker.
All right,
That's
so we
silly.
got the Mandalorian one down, right? You made it Star Trek.
Okay, yeah.
Can we go back to Star Wars?
Yeah, back to Star Wars.
All right, so the next two, I'm not going to tell you which one's which. Let's see if you can guess. So this is the first one. Well, second one. There is no light without the dark. Through passion, I gain focus. Through knowledge, I gain power. Through serenity, I gain strength. Through victory, I gain harmony. There is
It's
only
Jedi.
the Force. Yep.
It's Jedi, yeah.
Now,
I like that one, by the way.
it's cool.
Yeah.
But this one's
You like
cooler.
one better. I love it. You like, it's cool.
It is cool. But this one's, I think, a little more encompassing as far as
Alright.
philosophy.
Okay.
Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall set me free.
Oh my God. We know who it is. And holy crap, you're right. That's more exciting. It's got a layer of grown-up shit that the other one didn't have. It's got the Force's power, and so once it escalated to that, but I guess you're right.
The Force shall set me free, being the last line, I think is super important.
Okay, why so?
Because it kind of makes the other shit sound cool, but it's like, nah, but the Force
set me free.
So assume,
Like, yeah.
I always assume it in a religious sense that the Force is God, right?
Is that heavy? Yeah.
And they can channel it a certain way. That part's fiction.
But that they're zealots
Setting free
when they
sounds
say
a
that
lot
shit.
cooler than there is only the Force, but that also establishes full truth, right?
Yes, I thought that established at the beginning, and that it made it the full truth, made it spiritual or religious or something. That made them zealots is what I was thinking in my head. The fact that there was like, it will set me free. It made them zealots in my head.
Isn't it kind of funny that they, in the end line, agree? But yet it's like,
I don't know. I got a hit of philosophy again. My friend was just telling me about it. I only heard it one time about how the Sith could possibly be good, but it sounded so logical. I don't even remember it, but he had me thinking, well, fuck, that's a good argument.
definitely look into Darth Bane, because I forget the name of the dude that wrote the books. But there's a book trilogy that is so entertaining. It's so good. And it
Darth Bane. They got an audio book, yo. All right.
And just real quick as well, we got $5 from Ernest Somerset. Says, careful, Ethel. But appreciate you kindly. Thanks for the 5. And we're only $25 away from $250, folks. Just letting you know. Donate to support the show as well. We're wrapping up in about 20 minutes or so. But Darth, continue with your philosophy, Jedi philosophy, or sorry, Sith philosophy, or
I'm
Star
Sith
Wars
all
philosophy.
day. But I don't think the Sith and the Jedi are as far apart as they think they are.
Yeah, and they both probably
politics. That's
doing
why
it for the same reasons in their own way.
the tribalism and all that. It's like, aren't we supposed to be united? Like, can't we agree on certain things?
Right. I
There's
don't
two
know,
different
man.
wings on the same bird.
That's fucked up.
But a bird can't
It's
fly without
true,
both
though.
wings.
It's
You know what
true,
I'm saying?
though.
Like,
Yin and yang.
that's why you need the conservatives and the liberals. You need like the progressive mindset, but you also need the constraining conservative mindset as well.
I
Because
guess
if
in
the
some
if you
facets, but it had to be intellectual people doing it. Now it sound like y'all with that shit, but dummies, you know, it's like giving them a gun. You know, turn on CNN or Fox for that matter. It's giving a low IQ nigga a gun. He won't survive, yo. He won't.
Well, yeah, but the point of that is if both sides of the wings can come together and make up the whole body plus the wings, then there's no necessary to have two sides. If both sides can come together to make one side, is basically
Right.
how it should work. But
Right.
in reality, there's always going to be an opposing side to something.
Right.
yeah, you need a yin and a yang. You need the
Yeah.
like I said, that constraining and then the progression.
Right.
You know?
Which is give some argument, some validity to the argument of the guy who says, "Hey, you got to do evil shit too, man. It's yin and yang."
But
He'd
isn't
have
it
an
interesting how
argument.
But isn't it interesting how it works that way? And always the middle ground, the independent, is always like it's like constricted. Like they'll never. I don't think we'll ever see an independent
Experience
president
some
get
things.
selected. Like out of the independent party, what they even have other parties, the Green Party, the Pink Party. They got a couple of other parties that represent
They're
different
gonna
things.
get left out the extremes,
Yeah.
fire the emotion, and they're gonna be the ones who do the
But
most
you don't hear
moving
about
around.
those. You don't really hear about those parties as much, though, which is very interesting to me.
Yes,
But that goes the same with like pretty much everywhere, though.
Do you
I
remember?
was
always
trying to point out. I was kind of trying to point out though that they both derive their morals from objective truth. They just disagree what the objective truth is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I
There's
think
no
I can equate
atheists
that
in
to
Star
some
Wars.
things today.
Right? There's no atheists in Star Wars.
Apparently not. None popped in my head when you said that. Here, I'm gonna go with, I don't know, the people who I'm not smart enough to have this conversation. I'm about to say the people who follow the
It's just objective
stormtroopers
truth.
are
That's the
sheep.
point I was getting at. I just was
Now I'm gonna have to look that up if they have anti-force people in Star Wars.
Yes.
No, I don't believe in the Force. You're
Right.
just using stuff out of your own body. The Force
You're
doesn't
telling
exist.
me Cassian Andor didn't believe in the Force when he was stealing the plans for the Death Star
There you
in
go.
Rogue One. Are you telling
There
me
you
that
go.
you didn't believe in that shit?
And he was not a bootlicker, so
No,
you
not
know
at
that
all.
wasn't his
You
God.
agreed
Darth
in
Vader
objective
was not
truth.
his God, so he wasn't a bootlicker.
Yeah, you
The only
agreed
thing
in-
I liked about Rogue One is no one lived in the end.
What are you talking about? Rogue One's the best Star Wars movie of them all.
Yeah, they sacrificed themselves. Is what I'm saying. No one lives.
Yeah,
No
what
one
did
from
Shout
that
out
crew
to-
lived.
sacrifice themselves for? What did they
Shout out to-
sacrifice themselves for?
Ernest Somerset with the
to
$10 says Anakin was a
save-
good man, yet he went to a Diddy party and got slipped a ton of Dartura. Puffed. Appreciate you, Connie, sir. I'll give you an Ave Marie for that.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie planes, and just to let you know we're I think about roughly about 30. I think it's like 28 for the co-fight to get 150, and we only need 15 to get 250 for the goal as well. Yeah, man, continue.
I believe in the comic books they explain Anakin as like chosen, like the chosen one by the Force or whatever, and like if he was to die, the chosenness of the Force or whatever I can't remember what it's called. I'm a little off on that stuff, but it would go to another vessel, and the chosen part of the Force would go to that person or whatever. So that's why the Jedi didn't full on try to kill Anakin, even though he did get, burned by lava and most of his body cut and shit like that. But the reason why they didn't finish him off and kill him because that was against the Jedi code. The Sith repaired him and brought him back and gave him all the stuff that he needed to show him that they know that he's the chosen one and appreciate his abilities. And that's where Yoda fucked up. Yoda could have killed Anakin when he had the chance, and that would have prevented Darth Vader. That would have prevented. And Yoda knew all this. Yoda knew
the Jedi suck because they knew that the balance.
Yeah, they knew this. Yoda knew all this was going to happen, and he did not.
Yeah, I'm so sure that he knew Anakin was going to be the one to do all that shit.
That's why the rule of
because he knew that if he was to try and convince Anakin to stay with the Jedis would be more appropriate than him killing him and going to a different soul. But if they did it that way, it would have prevented so much havoc from happening, planets being destroyed, Death Star being built, all that stuff would have been stopped to a halt if Anakin never achieved becoming Darth Vader.
I think the most egregious is they let Luke kiss his sister without telling him. They all knew, and nobody told them.
You're right. Somebody had to know, right?
They all knew. Nobody told me. That's fucking funny.
How pissed I would be if I was Luke. And then it's like, and now you want me to go kill my dad?
Yeah, you niggas twisted. I'm going over the dog side. I was just talking to, I can't even think of that guy name. What's the guy name who seduced Luke? The creepy looking dude. What was that guy?
Sidious?
What do you think on that one, ladies and gentlemen? We need another guitar solo. $20 on the PayPal from our boy Darth. Shout out to you, sir.
Shit.
Smashing the two.
Boom.
And we're at 142 on the Ko-Fi and PayPal. Our highest night ever for the Ko-Fi and PayPal, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to you, absolute legends.
Nice.
Nice. Let me.
You said weird looking guy. You talking about Count Dooku, Darth Maul? Who? What?
Wait, Dooku. I think it was Dooku who I'm thinking about. Yeah. Who almost died. I think it was
Anakin killed the shit out of him, which is why Anakin went to
Samuel Jackson who sucked the shit out of him first. I think that dude.
Yeah,
Sidious.
Sidious. Sidious. Yeah.
That's the cat I'm thinking about. Yeah, Dooku was the. Which one was Dooku?
The one that had his head cut off.
Cut off with the he was with the two swords. Yeah.
He
got scissored.
He managed to at least cut off. He at least managed to cut Anakin his hand off.
To be fair though, Anakin was already dark side at that point.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody could have killed him earlier. There's an argument that somebody could have killed him earlier because it was showing at that point.
But the reason why he was already dark side at that point is because the Jedi failed to give him the appropriate ways of not falling prey to the Sith. Like they did nothing. Like that's why they did nothing.
Just look at Maul showing up. You know, he killed Qui-Gon Jinn.
No, he killed the Sand people. That's why he got in trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Luke killing the fucking kids, so that was fucked up too.
Well, that was, but yeah, that
Order
was
66.
The younglings, he wouldn't do that.
The guy that played Darth Maul did I guess martial arts, and he did all of his own stunts.
Oh yeah. And he even did the voice acting in Clone Wars, the animation.
Yeah.
Because his original character in the Star Wars live action, he didn't really talk that much. They try to make him like a ballsy character that was like silent and badass. but in the cartoon, he actually got to use his voice more, which he was excited about because a lot of people didn't realize that Darth Maul was a very intelligent guy.
You would have assumed it though, right? Just by the way he was, felt so confident in the shit that he was doing. You would assume that he was on some 3D chess shit.
Well, when he was portrayed in the Star Wars series, a lot of people thought he was just a mindless pawn, when really he was actually pretty aware of himself and everything that he did. Like he was a pretty genius guy in the Star Wars
the mindless pawn shit would have been there. You're right. You're right.
The Nightshade sisters had him under a spell, and that's how he.
Yeah.
Know about Savage, and Darth Maul is coming out with a series. Like they're coming out with a series of him. He didn't die when he got.
Yeah, and they're doing it after the comic book, so I hope they don't take too much stuff out of it.
Yeah, he's gonna have those robot legs.
But the 2, not the 8.
Wait, he bounced back from that shit?
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't die.
I didn't know that. No, that's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, twice as deadly if he got robot legs. He's even worse. Shit.
That's
sitting at the bottom of fucking Death. Sitting at the bottom of a fucking Death Star. Help me!
Shantae.
Right? I thought Luke was bad, right? This nigga half a body. Help me! Help me!
Yeah, because he got through down the fucking hole, cut in half and shit. That wasn't on the Death Star. That was on that one place. But all the way down that hole, and he's just like fucking chilling. He's fucking alive the whole time. So fucking robot finds him. Oh, you need some legs? Yeah, I need some legs. I'm dying here.
Yeah, he was crazy for like a while. And then like he came out of it like once he reconnected to the Force, because he was disconnected because half his body, because you need the midichlorians and they're in your body.
What's that say about technology that they can put him back together again? They couldn't even fix Darth Vader's face and vocal cords and shit. They restitch him with some fresh $7 billion man legs and shit.
Shout out to you, Jack.
Well, I think that's because the lava did a lot of damage they couldn't redo. But then again, I also thought about that as a kid. I'm like, they got all this high technology and they can't make this guy look normal again.
Right. This dude walking regular. Surely y'all can fix his face.
It was like in Mass Effect, fucking Shepard gets fucking knocked out of his ship, put into space, hits the atmosphere of a planet, lands on the planet, and they managed to fucking use the technology that's pretty much in the same time era of Star Wars, if you really think about it, and bring him back to life.
I don't remember that part, but I love that fucking game. Love it. Yeah.
If you go by release dates, Darth Vader was on screen before Anakin was.
Yeah.
Well, didn't I tell you that the I can't remember. It was probably like a week ago when I told y'all it was there was it's a practice droid bot, right, that can mimic any Jedi, Sith, anything like that. It will become that exact person. And in the comic book, Darth Vader fights himself as Anakin. That robot mimics every single fighting style that Darth Vader could do, and he fights himself where he's Darth Vader fighting himself as Anakin. Dude, it's epic. It's
that's
a really
good
comic book.
Yeah. That's the edge. That's a good right.
He almost lost to the robot that was matching him in skill.
Right. It's kind of reminiscent of Luke when he was in the cave fighting himself. The same thing.
Can I tie it back to current state of things?
Yeah.
So they were mortal enemies, right? They have ideological differences, but yet they believed in the same thing.
Yes. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah. I was trying to think of a modern day analogy. I was hoping it works with Christians and some, but nothing came to mind except two different kinds of Christians, and I can't think of two kinds of Christians that are at each other's throat like that.
Well, I just think as a country we should at least agree on some shit.
Yeah.
Well, in in the sense of comparing it to something religious, I guess you could say, I'm not going to say Islam, but like compared to like Christianity and Judaism, like they have different beliefs and different structures in it, but they all lead to the same thing, essentially, a higher power.
be thinking so, yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm Christian, so like I think Christian ethics, the way the Constitution is written, are very involved, right?
They are,
and that would,
but
and they didn't like that idea, and they came to the conclusion that like if we don't have like this authority, right?
Yeah.
Who was
Just
they?
real
kind
quick
of
as
talking
well.
about
Maybe
that?
authority is the wrong word. Maybe I'm fucking up on the word authority.
And who was they? Was it Muslims or was it
Truth. A truth. An absolute truth. Right? Like the force is an absolute truth.
Okay. Right. There
Just
you
real
go.
quick.
Yeah, because you
Shout
can
out
use
to
it, you
Jack
can
of
wield it.
Blades
Right.
for the $4 on the Ko-Fi, getting us up to $150 on the Ko-Fi.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. The madness has ensued, folks. 264 for the total, 150 on Ko-Fi. I cannot thank you enough. You're absolute all-stars.
I used to love that shit, all those easy effects. I used to love that shit. I thought it was the greatest.
Isn't it fun when it works out, when everybody has fun?
It is. I don't fear the other thing as much either, though. I don't, it's just two men sharpening each other. I don't fear it. It causes anxiety in a lot of people. I see the positivity, whatever, and talking about the people's disagreements too. I see I can't think of words.
Being able to talk about it matters, right?
Yeah. And like I say, I don't some people are really good at it, man. I've had good conversations about race with people who don't feel a certain way about it. And you can really get to it. And I'll tell you, it never gets there. But in the end, of course, it was going to get here. Everybody deserves just to be treated fairly. That's all the shit's gonna be, blacks got this, whites got that, blah blah. It's gonna go down to everybody should be treated fairly.
Well, like I can see race and ethnicity. I mean, I can see culture and ethnicity, but I can't see race.
Right, you got to argue it.
Yeah.
Robot.
Yeah, you robot. You're
Try
right,
rejoin.
bro. You're right.
Try rejoin halfwood if you can still hear us.
Being like as white as a sheet of paper or black, the actual color. That's the terminology that I would get from it.
I don't think he can hear
Because
us.
when you go back to a lot of like where these terms got coined. Am I cutting out?
Can you
were.
yeah, you went through
might
it,
have
Robo,
hung
like,
in
we
that
missed
long
half the
enough
stuff
to
you're
come
saying.
back now. Shit.
Yeah, I'm inside of I'm downstairs inside of a big building. That's why it's probably cutting out.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so how the coin got termed is when I was looking it up that it got coined in Africa by Africans before any white man ever came up with the terminology for white man, black man, or all that stuff. Because back in the Roman times when they had slaves, they didn't call someone that was that we call today in society that has a darker skin color. They didn't call them black or white. They literally called them for where they were from. So like, let's say they were from a certain part in Africa, they would call them of that country that they're from. They wouldn't identify them by their skin color. And I think that's kind of the way I see it. Is it's more about your culture and your ethnic background, but it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with your skin as much as it does with your biology of where you
I
really
use
came
that
from
same
genetically.
philosophy because I think it's sound philosophy for the right versus left dynamic. You should not break it down to some binary shit. You know, nothing ever is that fucking simple. You know, just fucking start. That's the same as the black white. If someone is saying, well, black people do this, well, white people do that, it's probably you probably off to a bad start.
Yeah, that's the part I hate when people describe it like that. And I'm like, you shouldn't describe it like that. You should literally say that it's like, for instance, rich and poor
Culture,
doesn't have a
you
color.
use
Like,
culture. You use a good one. Even amongst
Yeah,
black
culture, but-
motherfuckers, you know, my 6 of us and my brothers and sisters didn't go out and sell dope and all that shit, right? You know,
yeah, I mean, I used to live near
roof.
It isn't like Houston over here in Galveston, but we got a little bit of a ghetto called Parkland, and I used to live next to it. And you know, poor and rich doesn't have a color. There's Hispanic people, there's lighter complexity, there's darker complexity that all live in the hood, and like people don't realize that it isn't always based on that specific demographic. It's based on a certain mindset within that individual. And then people portray that onto other individuals, and it just moves on.
Yes.
The only reason why that it's part of that specific diverse area is because, like, it would be the same thing with like a group of white men saying something about something. They're all going to end up agreeing about each other. I hate saying white men and black men, but in society today, that's the only way I can word it for people to understand what I'm trying to say.
So that people could understand it goes the same for everybody. I use Al Capone them and back in the days of alcohol. People would have contributed them like dope dealers. Oh, they're evil people and all of that bullshit. They might even, as Italians, been labeled as, you know, they're greasy people, less than us. It would have been the same shit going on. But with white people this time.
But gentlemen, unfortunately, there's no great time to end off, but we have reached the end of the show. I do want to shout out 100%. I do want to shout out Shazzy as well, coming in with the Ko-Fi. I think that's the first time where Shazzy using the Ko-Fi. I appreciate you for making the effort, Shazzy. With the $10, I didn't know I could use this. Hey, welcome in, Shazzy. But unfortunately, we are ending. Let me play a little quick money clip or a bit of Pepe for that. And great to hear, Shazzy. Great to hear. But gentlemen, do we have any final closing thoughts, nuggets of wisdom, anything like that for the audience before we head off? Let's start with Joe. Oh, can you hear me? I think Joe's did. But Halfo, do you want to give us any nuggets of wisdom before we go?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start it off. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say that, you know, we're all human. We all bleed blood. We all have hearts. We all have brains. The only thing I feel like that makes us different is the individual's soul and what we allow to corrupt that soul. I don't think it's the individual themselves that's corrupt, but it's the actions that's corrupt that they allow to bring into themselves. And in the end, we're all human.
100%, 100%. Jack, any nuggets of wisdom, closing thoughts?
No, not really. You know, just thanks for having me up. It's been a killer few days, you know, especially a good couple weeks, you know. It's been crazy. So keeps escalating, you know, so we'll see what the future holds. But like I said, as always, thanks for having me up. I had fun tonight. So
pleasure as always, Jack. Pleasure as always. And Darth, any nuggets of wisdom, final closing thoughts? You're mute if you're speaking, by the way. I think Darth's gone. But anyways, folks, absolute legendary stream. Unfortunately, Shazzy, like I said, I do apologize that we're heading off, but I'm going to be on Christmas Strangers later on tonight, or 9 p.m. our time. I think Shazzy is the start time. 1 second, let me just do this real quick. Strange. So what I want you to do, I'm going to be rating it. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. Shazzy. So if you're worried about getting your daily teriyaki into you, don't worry. Okay. Let me share this real quick. I'm going to be on Chris's stream. Going to have a bit of fun with himself and Bricky. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you just go over there and like it. I'm going to be raiding into this. So everybody, if you can, if you have the couple of extra minutes, just like go wait for the raid or just go over there yourself and make sure you hit that like button right there. You know what I'm saying? Just hit that button there. Make sure you got the bell. You hit that all button so you get notified anytime it goes live, all this kind of stuff. Because he's getting really close to the 1K. You know what I'm saying? He's 54 subscribers away. Make sure you give Chris a bit of love. You know what I'm saying? I'm usually on Thursday nights. Nice. You know what I mean? So you won't miss out on your daily dose of teriyaki, as they say. But folks, like I said, absolute amazing stream. 265 total, 150, 160. I forgot to add the 10, I think. So 1 sec. Let me just do this to be official. So Shazzy, you put us up to 275. Absolutely demolished the goal. Demolished it. You know what I'm saying? Dar says my power went out. I swear it was an Irish goodbye, but seriously, my power just went out. Yeah, no worries, bro. No worries. But like I said, I like the Irish goodbye. You know what I'm saying? King has the best one where it's like, hey, you know my boy Teriyaki? And he just dips. You gotta appreciate it. But folks, like I said, 275 total, 160 on the Ko-Fi. Absolute, like, best night on the Ko-Fi. I think this was our best night overall, William. I'm pretty sure this is the highest amount we've ever gotten. So absolutely smashed it. And like I said, I'm speechless. You know what I mean? I cannot thank you enough. And like I said, this is like a fan favorite of me and Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fucking back.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying? The ting, you know what I mean? The ting. But yeah, absolute legends. And like I said, I got a lot of stuff coming up, a lot of extra stuff coming up. I got the debate with, I got Chris's tonight. Also, shout out to Rachel Wilson. She's going to be on the Whatever podcast as well. We need more women like Rachel Wilson willing to demolish this bollocksology that we see in modern day. But I also have that debate coming up with Kai next week on Wednesday. Got debate with Trench. That debate with Kai's is atheism is dead. I'm obviously in the affirmative of that, so I'm going to destroy atheism yet again over on Kai's. I'll be streaming that, and then got a debate with Trench over on Swords of Reason. That boy Speakeasy. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be over the Iran conflict and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, just the one thing I want you to keep in mind: if there's anything that you listen to me saying, it's not that you got to trust me. That you got to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And folks, I'll see you tomorrow for a bit more chat and chill.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we